It's Week 15 of the National Football League.
Up next, we'll see Joe Mixon.
He should be a busy man out of the backfield. It's the Falcons and the Saints, and it comes your way next.
First opened in 2017. Here's a look inside the one-of-a-kind setting for football. That is Mercedes-Benz Stadium here in Atlanta, the home of the Falcons. The final 4 weeks of the NFL regular season is upon us. Welcome to the home stretch. Welcome to the booth. Mike Tirico with Greg Olsen. Partner, it's Week 15. Just feels like a horse race. We're at the top of the stretch. Now it's the sprint for home.
And up until this point, Mike, every team's goal is, can we be in the conversation for the playoffs in this final 4-week stretch? Where here we are. And if you've done that, well, man, there is...
Stage is set. Ball is on the tee. And off we go on EA Sports. A return now from the 4. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard mark. So the Saints ready to go to work on offense for the first time. They'll be led out by the young man in his second season in the NFL.
I always like studying quarterbacks in year 2. I think rookie year, there can either be a lot of growth, right? There's the biggest ability to take that jump, but there's also some struggles you have to work through. In year 2, a full offseason, really understanding the playbook. Things have kind of slowed down for you. I feel like year 2 is a really good indicator of what long-term success looks like for any young quarterback.
They face second down and 7. Back to throw. Oh, intercepted on the second play of the game. And he's going to give his offense a short field to work with as they look for their first points of the game.
So anytime a team suffers an early setback like that interception, human instinct says, Mike, we need to get away from our game plan. We need to adjust. I don't think that's the case. There's a lot of game left, a lot of chances to avenge that play and still connect downfield on some of these passes. All proven, though, Mike, they've got to identify what went wrong, let's correct it so we're able to move forward.
The Falcons set to take over here on offense. They're led by the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2023. From Ohio State, it's C.J. Stroud.
When you take a quick look at the box score, you think, okay, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. They clearly won the game, but it wasn't the case. And what that tells me is they're just not getting enough contribution from the entire team. He had a really nice day. Some things that he still needs to clean up, but can they get better balance on the offensive side of the ball? And then, frankly, they need to make more plays on defense and get more contribution out of the special teams. This can't just be a team that puts all the pressure on the quarterback position and says, hey, go out every week and just win us the game by yourself.
Here's 1st and 10. They'll go play action with Stroud. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. From the gun, here's Stroud. And they're going to track him down. He couldn't find a receiver, and down he goes.
If you're going to take a sack, you just can't add to it by taking such a massive loss on top of it. Understand when the pocket breaks down, move up, cut your losses. Now, not only do you lose that down, but now you face a big uphill battle if you want to extend this drive.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. Oh, got him again the second time with a sack on this opening drive.
This defensive line clearly has a beat on this offense. They've got to find a way to settle their pass protections. If they want to be able to get their quarterback in any sort of established rhythm and timing going forward, they're going to have to do a lot better job protecting them early in this game. That's already 2 sacks allowed.
And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback, and will come out to the 20-yard line. The Saints offense ready to get going with their 2nd possession. They'll search for the first points of this game as they begin the drive on 1st and 10. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. This one is caught by Jawan Johnson. And he's got this up close to the 35-yard line.
Just seems like every year, Mike, the tight end position just continues to grow within the passing game and establishes a bigger and bigger role. And listen, I know I'm biased. If you want to have a good passing game, you better have a good tight end.
And he finds a little bit of space. He'll take this forward for a gain of 4. Here's a 2nd and 6. The tight end Moreau is in motion. They'll stick with him again. And he's going to take this all the way down to the Saints' 31-yard line. A big play there. 31 yards.
Big hole up the middle. The interior of this offensive line did a great job clearing some space. The back saw it quick, and he hit it. Next thing you know, he was in the secondary for a big pick.
The shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. He runs with it. And he wisely hit the deck at the end of that one. No unnecessary shot there. It is a first down.
What I like the most here is just the decision that when he wants to be a runner, he commits to being a runner, and he's able to weave his way downfield, pick up the first down, sets up 1st and goal.
They'll throw out of the gun. Throwing it right into the hands of his running back. And the tackle is made at about the 6. Now he's 2nd and goal. They'll look to throw. He pulls it in around the 5. Not a lot of room to work there. Well played by the defense. And they set themselves up for 3rd and goal. Now they'll set up to throw. And he'll take it on in. Mike Evans. Touchdown, New Orleans. It's his 3rd touchdown on the year.
And this is what good offenses in the NFL do, Mike. It's the ability to bounce back, even if the onset of the game doesn't go exactly according to plan. Everybody wants to take their opening possession and go down there and come away with a touchdown. But it's not always going to be perfect. You turn it over on possession 1. What are you going to do in response on possession 2? Well, we just got our answer, and they took it down for 6.
Here's Carlson now. He'll kick this one off, following the touchdown on the other end. This will be returned from the 6. And he's down at the 23, and that's where the offense will take over. 1st and 10. They'll begin on the ground, and here's Mixon. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage at best. Might have even lost a yard there.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on 1st down, but that's exactly the case here.
That's caught right side. It's London. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5. Here now, 3rd and 5. Off the play fake. Here's Stroud. And he's going to run out of time. They get to him and bring him down.
We're starting to see in these passing situations, Mike, this defensive line is starting to have their way against this group up front because right now, their pass protection is breaking down and this quarterback's paying the price for it.
And that is good coverage by the punt team as they meet him and bring him down. On the ground, it's the rookie from UT. And he's taken down on what should be the final play of this 1st quarter. So after 7-0 is our score. Greg and I back in Atlanta after this. Second down and 8. Out of the gun, he'll throw. Throw on the run is complete. And that's a first down. It will be a gain of 8. He'll drop to throw. Going up top for Evans. That is brought in. And he has got this one all the way down to the 2-yard line.
As that play unfolded, Mike, I thought he was going to have a chance to find the end zone for the second time here today. And I'll be honest, if I'm the play caller, by the end of this drive, I might give him one more shot at the end zone. But either way, they got to be thinking coming away here with 6.
So the big play gets him down close. And now it's first and goal. He'll look to throw. That's hauled in at the 2. And he's going to be down close to the goal line. Good job defensively to make sure he did not get to the end zone. They'll try to run this one in. And he's going to go backwards on that one. They take him down back at the 6-yard line. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. And back at the 6-yard line, what can they do on 3rd and goal? Trying to reach for the goal line, but he's going to come up just short. Wow, that's going to set up 4th down.
These are the worst. I had a couple years, Mike, where I swear I got tackled inside the 1-yard line 10 times, and then you look back and you're like, man, how many touchdowns did I leave on the board because I couldn't get one more yard? Now, for him individually, not ideal, but right now they're on the doorstep of the end zone, and they got to find a way to put that ball across the goal line. So this play by the middle linebacker is all about play recognition. Reminds me of a former teammate, Luke Kuechly. He knew the play before it was going to happen. Watch him. He diagnoses, he tracks the ball, and bang, makes a huge tackle, short of the yard to gain, forces the turnover on downs.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. On the handoff, it's Mixon. And he'll be taken down at the 11-yard line.
Well, that run came at the perfect time, Mike. Anytime you find yourself backed up near your own goal line, the goal is to just start with 1 first down. They were able to get it here. Now you give a little breathing room, a little room to operate. Fresh set of downs. Keep this drive alive.
Now he'll run it.
Initially, Mike, a really good job by the defense. Nowhere to go with the ball for this quarterback. He's forced to pull it down and turn into a runner. Little slow reaction, and he's able to actually pick up a pretty good gain.
The give to Mixon from out of the pistol. And he'll be near the first down marker. It's called a gain of 3, but a short yardage situation coming up on 3rd down. Here's Stroud. That's complete. He's got it to London. His 50th reception on the season. And he's got a first down to go with him.
Mike, I think we make so much of all these fancy routes, right? The selling, the head fakes, getting in and out of the break. And while that's really important to create separation, that's really more of a man beater. That's when teams want to just play you one-on-one and you have to beat the defender. Against zone defense, like we saw here, it's a lot more simple. Understand the concept of the play, understand where the holes in the defense are, and get there and be friendly to the quarterback. And if you're open, stay open. That's NFL route running. That's what the best guys do.
And he's going to slide to a stop and avoid the contact. But since he started there, he's still shy of the first down. Here's 3rd and 2. Stroud. That one caught by Smith. And they'll get this one down to the 35-yard line.
Now, Mike, I really like this this game plan, right? The strategy on 3rd and short so often is, okay, just get enough for the first down. If you decide to air it out, everything short, get a fresh set of downs. They're saying the defense is going to pack it in close. They're protecting the sticks. So let's just throw it over their head and try to go for a big play.
They'll run on 1st down with Mixon. And he'll be taken down as we tick down to the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes remaining. First half in a 7-0 game. Greg and I back to Atlanta in a moment. Throwing on 2nd down. Stroud. A pass complete to the tight end, Evan Ingram. And that's going to be a 1st down. A pickup of 9. Now this looks like a design run. Oh, a loose football. Oh, but he'll gather it back in. Oh, man, Greg. And I believe the referee was buzzed by the replay officials, indicating let's
Previous
get a
play is
closer
under
look at
review.
this. They trigger this automatically in the last 2 minutes of the half. So that one overturned. They say the runner was down, and that will not be a fumble. On 2nd down, Stroud. That's caught. It's Joe Mixon. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down. To throw is Stroud. Pressure gets there, and down he goes. So now the Saints will use the first of their 3 timeouts. It'll come with 36 ticks left on the first half clock. Fourth down, and the Falcons turn to Younghoe Koo for the field goal. This one from 39 yards out. Koo's kick is good. And the Falcons are on the board. It's 7-3.
And I can tell you firsthand, Mike, when you find yourself trailing in a game, you don't feel very good about coming away with field goals. But in this case, it does get them a little bit closer and cut into this deficit.
And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. The Saints offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession. And he has done everything you could ask of him coming into this one. Spread it around, hasn't taken many chances, and potentially on his way to a big game throwing the football. Back to throw here to begin the drive. There's Evans. He's got it. He's got a touchdown on the books from earlier, and that catch gets him a 1st down. They'll motion their tight end, Johnson. He keeps it himself. And the quarterback scrambling, maneuvers his way back to the line of scrimmage. But that's all he can get out of that one. Back to throw. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
Ball start, offense.
Whoa, things are getting tougher. It's now 3rd and 15. Contact up front. Did they get one of the defenders to jump?
Encroachment, defense. Still 3rd down.
On third down, he'll set up to throw. He'll try and get there on the ground.
That's a really good effort on third down, just trying to make something happen. He did well to get what he got, but it's not enough for a first.
On fourth down, here comes the lefty punter, Jamie Gillen. They will get away from that one, and they're going to have tremendous field position. This ball hits and goes out of bounds. And they'll elect not to run another play. Instead, just take a knee and take this on into the locker room. So we've reached the intermission here in a low-scoring game. 7-3 is our score. As we'll send you down to Orlando now, where Jonathan Coachman has our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Michael, we'll get back to you and Greg in just a little bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll get started up at Cleveland Browns Stadium in Cleveland. And those two are tied up as they play the second quarter. From there, let's head off and check out a second game. And this one going the visitors' way as the Texans have the lead in that one. Davis Mills, 2 touchdown passes thus far. Finally, let's get up to the place they call Titletown, Green Bay, Wisconsin, to see what's happening with the Packers. And they were losers in that game as they fall to the visiting Detroit Lions. Lamar Jackson leading the way in the victory with 3 touchdown passes. These two teams leaving the tunnel, and we'll head out with them. It's time to send it back over to Mike Tirico and Greg Olsen.
Coach, thank you. Both teams trying to find the right formula to come out on top in this second half. Coming up from the 6, here comes a return. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. Set to go now on 1st and 10. From the gun, here's Stroud. That one taken in by London. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8. Here's 2nd and 2. The tight end, Ingram, is on the move. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And it'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the first down. From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. That'll be taken in by Mixon. He's close to a first down. It's a gain of 9. Nice pitch and catch on first down. A good spot here. 2nd and a yard. They will work the middle with Mixon. And he's going to get him a first down here. Across midfield and down to the 45.
This offense, they're not interested in taking the deep shot here. 2nd and short, the way they're running the ball, pound the rock, reset the downs, and just keep the drive alive.
On 1st and 10, here's Stroud. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. Man in motion is Smith. A 2nd down throw for Stroud. He'll swing this one out wide to his running back. And a good job rallying to the football, holding just a gain of a yard, and sets up 3rd down. Throwing is Stroud. To the outside, he's got Smith. And he's going to be out of bounds after a pickup of about 4, but that is enough to keep the drive alive. First down.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. But really nice job there by the quarterback. Getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch.
And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. They'll come up now for second down and 4. A run here with Mixon. And nothing cooking on that one. He'll be met and tackled behind the line of scrimmage.
How often do we see linebackers be so fast trying to track down the ball carrier that they end up actually overrunning the play and allowing the running back to cut back? But not this guy. Does a great job staying in phase, stretching this ball out sideways, and he brings him down for a loss. I think this is one of those plays that when the ball carrier watches this back in the film room tomorrow, he's going to be a little frustrated with himself. If he could just have made that one guy miss, he picks up the first down. Instead, he gets brought down short of the sticks. Now they got a fourth down decision to make.
3 for 3 in the game, as this one is also good. And the Falcons are back within 1. It's 7-6.
So it's not exactly what you're looking for when you set out on a drive, but at the same time, you don't want to come away empty-handed either. So in this case, they'll take those 3 points.
He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Saints offense trotting back out for their first involvement of this second half. Their lead is just a point as they begin it on this drive with first and 10. On the ground is Mason. He is met and dropped. Good defense. Loss of a couple on that play.
Every team makes an emphasis on winning first down, but as a defense, when you're able to take them back for a loss, second and long, you can really become more of a pass-centric defense and really tips the scales into your favor.
And nice work after the catch. He stopped a little short of the first down marker, but it is a pickup of 9. Third down, 3 to go. They'll look to throw. He's got his big target. That's Johnson. They get 18 on that one. First down, New Orleans.
Third downs, Mike, those are quarterback downs. Those are the downs where you tend to find yourself in a must-pass situation, and that's where the top guys in the league are still capable of overcoming it. So throw the ball downfield, be accurate with the ball. Winning on third downs, that is a recipe for success.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. Whistles look like the right side. Got an early
Ball start,
jump there.
offense.
Let's check the flag. A run. And here's Mason. He's able to get away from one man, but those reinforcements, they got there quick. Take him down behind the line.
You have to wonder if next time, does the play caller give his quarterback some options to check out of this play? It was clear before the ball was snapped, this was not a great look for that play call, and you can see the end result.
Hit as he throws, and it is incomplete. Just couldn't deliver that one the way he wanted to. Not really sure if there was much there anyways. We do know it'll be third down. Now they'll set up to throw. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a fourth down. The Saints lining up in punt formation. They punt for the second time, looking to pin the opponent back deep. So that one going to land out of bounds, and the official's going to mark it right at the 20-yard line. The Falcons offense headed back to take over once more. The deficit is 1, as they'll search now for that go-ahead score. The tight end, Ingram, is on the move. That's quickly out to Smith. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. So, points at a premium. Defensive battle so far as we are through 3. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Second down and 3. The tight end, Ingram, is on the move. And he's got it. First down. A pickup of 4.
I think this second down call, Mike, they were hoping that at worst they had themselves set up for a third down and short. But there's no need for third down. He was able to get enough on second, and they get a fresh set of downs.
And this ball batted away and incomplete. Drake London was the intended receiver there. And it'll lead to a second down. They'll go play action with Stroud. He'll be hit as he throws this time, and it's going to fall incomplete. He might be fortunate just to avoid the sack, and it'll set up a third down. Now Stroud. He's got his tight end. It's Ingram. 13 yards on the catch there. It's good for a Falcon first down.
And this is a tricky part of the game for any defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you remain aggressive? Do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything be tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late. Receiver just finds himself in a really nice groove, and there's these weird times in the game, Mike, where it just seems like every ball comes your way, every play they call, you're wide open, and you just find yourself in one of those grooves that athletes talk about. So they got to continue to ride the hot hand, because right now in that field, there's no mistaking who it is.
And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. Here's a give up the middle to Mixon. And that'll be a pickup of 3. Second and 7. Here's Stroud. A lot of chances on that one. It was bouncing around, but it falls incomplete. Big play coming up. This is 3rd down. London brought in motion. From the gun here on 3rd down, it's Stroud. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. So here comes Younghoe Koo in a pressure spot. This to take the lead here in the 4th. This one has plenty of leg. And it is good. And they take the lead here in the 4th quarter.
And this has been such a tight game, but that's a big one right there. I mean, you need a kicker with confidence. Well, this guy, he fits the bill. He steps up and knocks it through to give his guys a lead here in the 4th quarter.
And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Saints offense ready to take over as we check out the playoff race in the NFC. Still plenty to play for as the temperatures dip and we hit the final month, the money month of the season. And he'll wind up out of bounds past the 45-yard line. Great way to start the drive. A gain of 20 and a 1st down. He'll look to throw. That's out to the flat, and it's complete. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple. Looks like movement over there on the left side, and the flag is down.
Ball start, offense.
He'll drop to throw. It's complete to Evans. And that'll go for a gain of 7. And it's going to set up 3rd down. in motion. Reed. Shotgun snap as they'll throw it on third down. His 50th reception on the season, and he's got a first down to go with it.
And how about the poise of this quarterback? You find yourself down here late in the fourth quarter, Mike, facing a tough third down. You've got to have it. You know what? Calls the play, breaks the huddle. He's like, you know what, Coach? I got it. That's a big-time throw to now keep this drive alive as they go down looking for that go-ahead touchdown.
And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. They'll look to throw yet again. This throw left side, taken in by Johnson. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play. And it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest. And that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
Now, 2nd and 4. Mason. And he will get into the end zone. Jordan Mason. Touchdown, Saints.
When you start talking about the qualities of a top-tier back in the NFL, Mike, we all talk about size, speed, the ability to keep your feet, the ability to have balance at contact. But the part we don't talk enough about is patience, understanding the blocking scheme, the timing, when to hit the hole, as much as what hole to hit. And I think you get a great example of what that looks like when it all comes together. He takes advantage of the scheme, and next thing you know, he hits his head on the goalpost.
So now playing with the lead after that fourth quarter touchdown, trying to kick it back the other way. This taken at the 5. Now an opening past the 30. And it will finally get him down, but he gets all the way close to the 40-yard line. Here comes the Atlanta offense now. They get set to take over once more. The deficit is 5, so they'll try to put a drive together here, and they'll begin it with 1st and 10. They'll drop to throw. Throw over the middle, caught by London. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8. Here comes 2nd down. Here's Stroud. That's over the middle and caught by Smith. And we'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a first down. He'll go right back to Smith. They hook up again. They'll come up here on 2nd down and 5. Throwing from the pistol, Stroud. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And that's a first down. It will be a gain of 8.
Not a whole lot complicated about this play, Mike. That was understanding where the holes of the defense were. Remember, in this zone coverage, you got to find green grass. Get past the first down marker, be friendly to the quarterback, and then the ball has to be on time before those zone defenders can react to the receiver. It's exactly how it played out here. You can drop all the fancy plays you want, but when the quarterback and the receiver see it through the same set of eyes, it's virtually impossible to stop. And now we're at the point of the game, Mike, where someone has to step up and make a play. That's exactly what this quarterback and his receiver did. It gives them now a fresh set of downs and a chance to go down and make this game very interesting.
And that keeps them ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Here's 2nd down and 3. From the gun, here's Stroud. And this is a touchdown. They were not going to be denied, and they have taken the lead here in the final minute of play.
Just an absolute clinic of putting together a drive, Mike, when you need it the most. And their ability to move the ball down the field, it worked the clock perfectly. They come away with that late touchdown, and more than likely, barring something crazy, a victory as well. Anytime you fail on a two-point try, there's always going to be second-guessing about whether that was the right play call. In this case, they decided to throw the ball, which I like. They just need better execution, and they end up coming up a little short.
This one will be taken in the end zone. No run back forthcoming. And the ball coming out to the 30-yard line. Right away, they'll set up to throw. That is incomplete. So the task gets more difficult. Time for maybe 2 plays. That's it. Try again. It's 2nd and 10. Back to throw. Throwing it right into the hands of his running back. They'll mark him down up at the 44-yard line. Here we go. One final play. Now he'll air one out. And that's going to be incomplete. The defense holds here in the final minute. And they're going to get out of here with a victory. So it's a win here for the Falcons. And it is a season sweep for them. They defeat their division rivals for the 2nd time this year. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'd like to read. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. The Falcons are winners, as we say so long from Atlanta.
Choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on the... It's week 15 of the NFL, and we'll be watching the Browns' leader at quarterback. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Browns and the Bucks, and it's kicking off next on Madden NFL 25.
Now from the home of the Dog Pound, EA Sports welcomes you to Huntington Bank Field here in downtown Cleveland, Ohio. With Charles Davis, as always, I'm Brandon Gaudin. Charles, you talk about storylines in this one. I think it begins and ends with our 2 quarterbacks, certainly 2 of the best in the business.
And nowadays, I don't think you can get by for long periods of time without a top-flight quarterback. The way the game is played, with all the responsibility he has and how the game flows through him, if he's not on the top of his game, your team's not going to benefit at all.
Here's the former Illini kicker, Chase McLaughlin, to get us started. And off we go from Cleveland. And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. So here come the Browns for their first drive on offense. And a glance here at the southpaw, who will be calling the plays under center.
And there was a positive in last week's loss. No interceptions thrown by him. But he only threw 1 touchdown pass, and you know he wants that to improve. He might even consider that as part of the reason that they couldn't take the win last time out. I believe we'll see a more aggressive version of him this week whenever they're nearing the end zone.
They'll run. This is Jonathan Taylor. And right away, they're going to stack him up right at the line of scrimmage. Call it no gain on the game's first play. And it's second down now. He'll look to throw. Over the middle into traffic, and that's complete. So 5 yards here, 5 on the play. And that'll bring up a third down. They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks. They'll drop to throw. Oh, the Buccaneer pressure too much. Down he goes. It'll be a loss of 8 on the sack, and it's going to lead him to fourth down.
It always helps for a visiting team to come in and set the tone on defense. In fact, when we talked with them prior to the game, they said they wanted this home crowd to feel like they had to hide their valuables when they were in town.
Well, the home crowd quiet now early. See if their offense can take over and get some points on the board. On fourth down, Corey Bojorquez gets set to punt for Cleveland. He punted 3 times in the loss last week as he sends this one away. So a change of possession here on the punt. And the Bucs will get ready to go on offense. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They're led by the #1 overall pick in the 2021 draft, Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, I thought there was something to build on in last week's game by his performance. I thought he played fairly well overall. The numbers won't knock your socks off. 2 touchdown passes and an interception. The bottom line, though, they lost.
Yeah.
How does he eliminate that one interception, continue to take care of the ball, and maybe increase the number of times he puts the ball in the end zone with a receiver?
2nd and 10. Now Lawrence. Now they go screen. It's complete. And he's going to be out up around the 45-yard line. 14 yards there and a Buccaneer first down.
I like the screen being called here early in the game, especially on the opening drive, because, Brandon, when guys come out of the locker room, especially those pass rushers, they are so amped up to get to the quarterback that you can use that against them, and a screen pass is a great way of doing it. A lot of teams against good pass rushing teams, they want to run the screen 10 to 12 times in a game.
And he'll be ridden out of bounds all the way down at the 15-yard line. A big play that time for Tampa Bay. 41 yards. And Charles, with that completion, I'm told that puts him over 3,000 yards passing now on the campaign.
And, Brandon, nowadays your leader's usually closer to 5,000 yards on the year, but still, 3,000 yards, a good season.
In motion goes the tight end. First rep of the game for Josh Jacobs. And he tried to bounce it outside, but they'll stop him behind the line. What a difference a play makes. A huge step forward and now a small step back as he loses a yard or 2. Looking at a 2nd and 11 now after the loss. They'll stay on the ground with Jacobs. And he'll get it here to the 10-yard line. So they get half of what they needed. It'll be 3rd and 6 upcoming. They are in need of 6 yards here if they hope to move the chains. Here's Lawrence. That is caught. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Got what they needed there. The drive continues with a 9-yard pickup.
I don't care how many times we see it. I still get a kick out of watching quarterbacks and receivers do the pass tree in pregame warm-up. But I always remember that when we go to practices, we see that after practices as well. They really tune it up, don't they?
They tune it up. They know why they do it for these situations. First down.
And they build that trust, and that's why they're able to find him in this type of a situation.
And they'll try again here, 1st and goal after the false start. And he will score. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Trevor Lawrence taking it in from 7 yards away. And the Buccaneers will jump on top with the game's first score here this afternoon. An ideal start for them, really. You force the punt, and then you go down and score.
And you've got to see a fist pump on the sideline from the head coach, don't you? Because he's turned into his bench, and he's telling his team, this is how we prepare. Force the punt, go downfield and score. I told you guys, it's just like a boxer in the gym preparing for the fight. Now we get to turn it all loose.
Following the touchdown, here's McLaughlin to kick off. And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. The Browns offense led by their running back headed out for the second possession. As we take a look at the league leaders in receiving touchdowns, he is right up there amongst the best in the NFL. The Cleveland offense ready to go.
You know, in our research packet this week, prepping for the game, so many articles from the local beat writer about the offensive struggles of this team and what will they do this offseason. What do you think they'll do?
Well, number one, they'll turn to their self-scouting report. And every team that's any good does this. They have outside groups. Check out their team, scout them, and tell you who can play, who can't play, and reasons why. Some of it may just be health. They have to get some guys healthy and back out on the field. But overall, evaluate this squad and make the changes that you need to.
60 catches for him now on the year. This last one, a first down. They'll set up a throw. Here's back-to-back catches for Devontae Adams. Now this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on first down. From just across the midfield stripe, here's second down and 1. They'll bring a receiver in motion left. Second and 1. That one taken in by T. Higgins. And this is going to lead to another first down as the tackle's made at the Bucs' 38-yard line. They'll look to throw again. And his throw here is going to be incomplete. The Browns at 5-8, 3 games under 500. They've lost 3 straight here, and it kind of goes without saying, I guess, but they could certainly use a win.
Yeah, no doubt about that. There's a difference between a losing stretch and a losing streak, and right now...
And he can't find a receiver, and he's brought down. Multiple defenders there to drop him for a loss of 4. Well, on that one, they go with a play fake, CD, but I don't think anybody really was fooled. All eyes were fixated on the quarterback, and they got him to the ground.
And to run this play successfully, you've got to make sure that everyone is doing their part. You actually have to sell this play. You've got to sell the run action. Otherwise, why do you stop at the running back? You just run straight for the quarterback and put him on the ground.
So coming on now is the field goal unit. They're going to try for 3, and he'll need all the leg he's got here. This from 54 yards away. And this one looks good. It is good. Right down the pipe. And they are on the board, but still trailing. It's 7-3. So they're able to end that drive with 3 points in this one-possession ball game.
And ideally, you want to end every drive with points. Most quarterbacks would tell you, let's end it with a kick, right? A PAT, that's number 1. Field goal you'll take. Punts, you really don't want to do that. In this case, they'll take the field goal and get prepared for the rest of the game.
The Buccaneers offense and their quarterback coming out for their second drive. The Bucs offense set to begin their next possession. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated. They both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
After 1, 7-3 the score on EA Sports. Second quarter now, and it's Buccaneer football. This is 2nd and 8. As they've got it as we resume action. Here's Lawrence to throw. Hitting Samuel on the slant. Second catch for him today, and it'll wind up a first down.
This has to go down as one of the simpler routes in the playbook, but oh so effective. Nice completion there. Keeps the sticks moving.
got his man on the crossing pattern. It's Slayton. And he'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30. 28 yards the gain there on the catch and run.
So many times in my career I've heard coaches talk about completions are one thing, but as long as we're there at the catch and we get guys on the ground, we can live with that. But if you're going to give up 10, 12, 15 yards after the catch, then your defense is going to be in a lot of trouble.
So a 1st and 10 upcoming from Browns territory now as they're down to the 29-yard line. And he will lose yardage here to the 31-yard line. 2 yards the loss, 2nd and 12.
I know that speed is the hallmark of today's NFL game, but the key to good rushing defense is still having your linebackers set the edge.
Now Lawrence. Escaping the press. And he's going to have to eat this one as down he goes. They'll wind up losing 10 on the sack, and it'll lead to a 3rd and long.
Yeah, some real defensive resistance there, saying not so fast to a good drive. They had marched to the end zone the last time out.
Need something from deep in the bag of tricks here after 1st and 2nd down went backwards. It's 3rd and very long. He's got his tight end over the middle, T.J. Hockenson. So give him 5 yards there on the pitch and catch. And it'll be 4th down.
So much about this game is just understanding situations and then having to execute, isn't it? Guard the first down sticks. Don't let them get there. And they rallied and made the tackle.
He had the distance, but it's no good. Wide to the right, and this will stay a 4-point game.
It looked good when it left his foot, but he kind of sliced it a little bit, and he winds up missing it wide right.
The Browns set and ready to go on offense. And after the field goal last time, we'll see what they can get here. At least they got points out of the last drive, Charles.
I never met an offensive coach that didn't want to drive to end with a kick. Most of them wanted to end with a PAT, right? In this case, a field goal, they'll take it. Way better than the alternative, which is a punt.
Yeah, but you met fan bases that wanted that. They weren't happy with that field goal.
I haven't met a fan base yet that wants to drive to end with a kick other than the extra point. That's it.
He was unable to shake free there, and they'll cover him for a loss of a yard. They'll send a receiver in motion left. 2nd and 11. This throw incomplete, nearly picked off. And with his pedigree, he doesn't drop many of those. But 3rd down coming up. They'll look to throw here. And he can't find anywhere to go with it. And he goes down. Loss of 10 as multiple defenders get to him. These sacks now, they're starting to pile up, Charles. And that front 7 defensively, they've had their way with this offensive line.
And I think at this stage, we have to start thinking about different play calls. We've got to start helping this quarterback out because the entire game he's been under siege. I don't care what the down and distance. They've got to get the ball out of his hands a lot quicker.
On 4th down, on is Corey Bajorquez to punt. His first punt, 45 yards. This looks good as well. Shedding the tackle. It's a net of 40 there. A punt of 48 and a return of 8. And they will take over 1st and 10. And Tampa Bay trots out there now. Last time out, they had that long 50-plus yard field goal that they missed.
And I'm sure on their sideline they're thinking to themselves, okay, do we still want to try one if we're in that position again? And I would dare say that the answer would be yes. They're going to have a lot of confidence in their kicker. But just to be on the safe side, I'm sure they told their offensive guys, can we get a little bit closer this time?
Closer.
Yeah, well, you know, I'd rather get in the end zone first and foremost. But if all else fails, less of a field goal attempt for him.
Options galore here. 2nd and a few inches. In motion, Slayton. Lawrence. And this throw incomplete. Well, the defender all over him that time, but it's going to lead to 3rd down. Lawrence now off the bootleg. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. But nowhere to throw it, decided to scramble, and a nice job, CD. Got the yardage that he needed.
Yeah, and his teammates are certainly going to appreciate that effort, even if his coaches don't, because they would have wanted him to slide and protect himself. But he chose team gain over personal protection.
Now Lawrence to throw. Throw left side, taken in by Slayton. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. A big pickup there, 18 yards and a Buccaneer first.
But it appears that they read man defense and went to the out route, and what you have to do on that one is the receiver's got to make sure he works the defender towards the middle of the field to give himself space to cut to the outside and have that ball delivered with good timing, and they got it done.
Looking to throw, Lawrence. Going underneath, he's got Hawkinson. It'll be a gain of 5, and it's second down. In motion, Slayton. Out of the gun, it's Lawrence. And the Browns pressure gets to him that time, and he's going to go down. It'll go as a loss of about 6, and now it brings up third. Well, they don't need to run another play here before the 2-minute warning. Let's see if they do it anyway. Lawrence will throw. That one deep from Marshall. And it's knocked away and incomplete. Jamel Dean right there on the coverage.
He certainly had a good game throwing the ball so far, but I think he was trying to take that from good to great with that throw, trying to get one downfield.
And he'll get this away into the icy winter air. And no return possible here as they angle this one out of bounds. The Browns offense heading back out to take possession. It's been very much a slow start for them. 3 drives and just the 3 points, CD.
Yeah, if you're into the points per drive ratio, that answer is 1. And that's not going to get it done in a ball game. They've got to find a way to finish these drives in end zones, not having balls go through goalposts.
2nd and 9 now. Here's Higgins out of the right side. And he'll be out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45. The catch and run, good for 18 and a first down.
I know you're trying not to scoreboard watch, but you only got 3 points. You're kind of hoping that that type of play there gives you some positive momentum going into the half.
Yeah, need to do something to get more than that 3 number that they have on the scoreboard right now. Adams, the man in motion right. On first down, he'll drop to throw. Caught on the right side by Adams. Now an injury timeout, and that is Devontae Adams, who is in some discomfort following that play. So as the medical staff takes a look, we'll step aside. They still need about the length of the football here, maybe a little less as they come up on 2nd and inches. Back to throw. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. He's got his first catch here before halftime, and it goes for a first down.
Many different ways to create space, but on that play, he did it with that big, wide body of his. Didn't get a whole lot of yardage on the play, but it did what it was supposed to. Pick up a first down.
Dancing, and he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. They come up on 2nd and long, and the pass protection just has not been there this afternoon. Now this will be swung out wide for Taylor. And this is going to lead to another first down as the tackle's made at the Bucs 26. Big yardage there for the Browns, 18.
And they'll use him out of the backfield, and sometimes quite a bit. They're just trying to get him touches any way they can. 4 catches a week ago. There's another one right there.
Eluding the pressure right. And he's going to be out down inside the 20 at the 15. Nothing open downfield. He keeps it himself for 11 and a first down. They'll set up to throw. Looking end zone, but it's incomplete.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this defense because their coverage has been playing at a shutdown level so far. Even backed up late, they're forcing incompletions and fighting to keep them out of the end zone as the first half winds down.
And he just chucked that one out of bounds, out of everyone's reach. Maybe a wise call not to take a sack in this part of the field. It brings up third down. And this one is right through. And they'll get it back within a point at 7-6. So, yes, they'll still be down going into intermission, but the deficit is now made even smaller, very manageable.
Yeah, and if nothing haywire happens here in his last couple of precious seconds, they will go into the locker room with a nice bounce in their step, having gotten a little bit closer on the scoreboard.
So a very tight first half. We had to break in a one-point game. As we'll send you down to Orlando, and we check in with Jonathan Coachman for our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
Okay, Brandon, time for a sprint to the finish, as it's time to get you caught up with what's happening around the NFL here in a pivotal Week 15. We'll get started up at Paycor Stadium in Cincinnati, and it's the Bengals who are out in front. Tommy DeVito, 2 touchdown passes thus far. From there, we're off to check out another game, and this one going the visitors' way, as the Texans have the lead in that one. Davis Mills, 2 touchdown passes thus far. Finally, let's get up to the place they call Titletown, Green Bay, Wisconsin, to see what's happening with the Packers. And they were losers in that game as they fall to the visiting Detroit Lions. Lamar Jackson leading the way in the victory with 3 touchdown passes. In the first half, we saw a strong outing from Trevor Lawrence. He was able to take it in himself for the game's only touchdown. And you wonder if this coaching staff will ask him to do a bit more the rest of the way. This one's been all you could hope for as an NFL fan. Just a one-point game here at halftime. This has been as much fun as you could hope for with both these teams in it to win it.
A solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32. Out come the Buccaneers. They'll have it first to start in the third quarter. And they've got the lead. CD, what do you think the message was at halftime?
I don't think the message was too drastic, I think, at the half, or that they need to change things too much. I do think the offensive line could play a little bit better. I think they'll try and help them out more. They'll probably keep a tight end in a few more times and maybe add a running back to the formation to pick up those pass rushers, because they probably allowed a few too many sacks for comfort in the first half.
Jacobs going to try the middle. And some nifty running here as he'll take this across midfield and down to the 47. 14 yards there and a Buccaneer first down. Read option, this is White. And oh, he sheds a tackle. Now he's got some space. And he's got this down to the 35. 12 more yards there and another first down.
Partner, if you want more carries, I think we saw how you get them. Showed that he's got the fresh legs, and he picked up the first down on that run. Don't just ask for them. Show them that you're supposed to get the football.
That ball caught by Harrison. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. He was held without a catch in the first half, but he's got one here, and he also picks up a first down.
Another nice play there. They've gotten down into the red zone in no time at all. That's what this offense can do when they get on a roll, and now they're set up with a 1st and 10.
In motion, Slayton. Now on first down, he'll drop to throw it. Throw right side is going to be caught by Samuel. And the Buccaneers are going to be looking at 1st and goal as they move this down to the 4-yard line. And now whistles and a flag, and I think we got a jump here.
Encroachment defense.
So that's going to move them half the distance.
First of all, you can't jump in this situation, but think about your play calling now. Could easily change what you want to do and maybe make things a little bit easier.
Jacobs. That's going to go as a loss of 1 on first down.
Well, it's apparent the defense understands the situation. They have to keep them out of the end zone here. That's a great start by them. A loss on that play. Can they force them into a field goal attempt and still give their offense an opportunity?
And he hauls it in for the Buccaneer touchdown. Josh Jacobs, his third touchdown now on the year. And the Bucs take the opening kickoff of the third quarter and drive right down the field to extend their lead. Well, he wasn't the guy they were initially going for, but after going through the progressions, it worked.
When you have plenty of people who can catch the football, you don't always have to go to your primary target, and sometimes that target is actually covered. Nice job coming off of that and getting it to someone who was open.
Yeah, the man out of the backfield gets in for the score. Following the touchdown, here's McLaughlin to kick off. The lane opens here. He's past the 30. Ready to take over again on offense. Out comes Cleveland. And they have had their problems moving the ball through the air as we take you through some of the action from earlier. This secondary has played about as well as you can. Many times they've left this quarterback with nowhere to go with the football. The Browns drive about to get started. They'll come out throwing here on first down. He'll rifle this one deep right side. And he knocks the ball away, and it falls incomplete.
I'm sure this isn't a novel thought, but maybe run some simpler routes instead of trying to get it all back in one shot. Defense certainly appears to be ready for him. Try and get it back little by little instead of in big chunks.
He'll try again with the arm here on second down. Now a short pass pulled in by Washington. And he'll be out of bounds across the 30-yard line. Now third down and 7. He'll look to throw. And he's going to lose a yard or two. Taken down behind the line. Taken down for the 5th time this game. Multiple defenders there to get him. It has been a rough afternoon for him trying to get rid of the football. See, that's now 5 sacks.
How'd you like to be the offensive coordinator, the offensive line coach trying to come up with an answer for this pass rush? What blocking assignments do you change? Can guys play a little bit better? And we're seeing the end result on the scoreboard. Long day in the pocket for their quarterback.
So possession goes over here on the punt. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. He had the touchdown pass on that previous drive, number 25 for him on the year. And he'll look to keep it rolling, 1st down. Now Lawrence going underneath. He's got Hawkinson. And he'll get this up to the 30-yard line. Nice way to start the drive. A gain of 12 and a 1st down. Here's Lawrence. That's to the sideline and incomplete. They don't get the hook up there, but you really have to marvel at how precise he's been throwing the football these last couple weeks.
Oh, that's a perfect word for it, precise, because if you're at 70% or better 2 weeks in a row, you have a job as long as you want one in this league, won't you? I mean, let's face it.
Here's a diving catch right side. That'll put him at 77 yards receiving for the ball game. It's a 1st down.
I felt that one all the way up here. How about that big man laying out and making that catch?
Yeah, that wasn't a 180-pound wideout. That was a tight end. Here's Jacobs on 1st and 10. He'll get this up to the 47 and brought down there. In the first half, he was held in check on the ground, but despite that lack of production, they still have the lead.
Yeah, and they've got to feel fortunate about that. If they could actually get production from their lead horse, that would help open up this offense and widen this margin, too.
And he'll be brought down right on the 50, a gain of 3. Not a big window to throw. Coverage wasn't too bad there.
Yeah, they had him under wraps pretty well, but somehow able to muscle his way open and catch the ball.
From midfield now, Lawrence. Nothing open downfield. He keeps it himself for 11 and a first down.
Now that's a quarterback who's in charge out there right now. Wants to throw the ball on third down, doesn't find anyone open, tucks it away, takes off, and picks up the first down. Not by a little, but by plenty.
Here's Lawrence to throw. He finds his man, complete. That's Jacobs. And he's going to be out of bounds down around the 35-yard line. 2nd and 6. Running straight ahead is Jacobs. Takes this to the 32, maybe the 31. Defensively, they rally quickly after the broken tackle. So they'll get a little extra time to come up with his third down play as we've played 3 quarters. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. And we're back now here in Cleveland. It's the Bucs. They've got the football. They also are in front here on the scoreboard as we start the 4th. Samuel in motion. Trying to run for it with Jacobs. And boy, he is very close to a first down, but from where they're spotting that football, he's going to be a foot or so short.
All right, that's a decent game there, but it hasn't been his best game overall. So I wonder what the mindset is of his team. Do they want him to handle the football and try and close this game out? Or are they going to make an alternative plan and maybe go in a different direction?
I think they need him, and this is his time to shine. They'll run with a fullback, Juszczyk. And he's able to pick up the first before he's taken down at the 27. They will run out of the gun with Jacobs. And only a yard this time as he's taken down right around the 26. Seems pretty obvious defensively a key was stopping the run game. How have they done it so successfully?
To me, it seems that these guys really did a nice job of paying attention during the scouting report meeting. And you know, Brandon, when they do those, they talk about the top plays that these guys like to run. The best runs for the top running back, those are the ones you focus on and want to take away. And they've done that pretty successfully in this game.
From the gun on third down, Lawrence. Throw out wide is incomplete.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up. Not that time. And his kick is good. And that will extend their lead here to 17-6. So that's, CD, an important one here in the 4th quarter.
And that importance cannot be overstated. All eyes on both sidelines were staring that one down all the way. The significance is that they made it a 2-score game. Still lots of time left to go, but likely that was their goal at the start of the drive. Get 3 points, make it a 2-score game, and they were able to get it done.
Cleveland offense making their way out. And the complexion of this one has changed a fair amount. That last field goal made it a 2-score game, so they need to get points out of this drive relatively quickly. And he can't find a receiver, and he's brought down. The Mississippi State man, Chris Jones, with a sack there. I don't know what else can be said about this pass rush. They have been sensational. CD, that is now 6 sacks for them.
And how many times do we talk to offensive coordinators and they say a sack is a result of everyone on offense not doing their job? But let's be honest about this one. This is the...
And pressure coming, and they got him once again. Yaya Diaby, he's the one who got in there. He gets the sack.
So, Brandon, we sat in with a lot of coaches, and when they talk about things they want to accomplish offensively, I'm not sure that sack and sack are on their play sheet.
The Browns on third down. Not good. 0 for 4 thus far. This will be 3rd and forever. They'll look to throw. Looking middle, and that's complete. They'll wind up getting 7 on the play, and that's going to bring up a 4th down. One thing I think that's safe to say defensively, the tackling's been really good.
And because of that, it's been very, very hard for them to move the ball because you're not getting the benefits of run after catch. You're tackling them almost on the spot. That means you have to run extra plays, harder to move it.
And he's going to pick up the Browns' first down. And they convert in style right there. A big play on 4th and long. From the shotgun, he'll look to throw. Got his man complete over the middle. That's Taylor. Now the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw. Nowhere to go here. So possession still theirs, but now they face a 3rd down. They'll drop to throw. That is caught. And all the way in. Touchdown, Cleveland. A great play there. 65 yards. And the Browns have made it a one-score game again here in the 4th. All right, now a big 2-point conversion attempt still to come. They'll try and throw for it. So unable to throw it in for 2 from the 2. Let me ask you, as a former DB, what changes there around the goal line on a 2-point conversion as far as how you're defending it?
You just make sure you never back up and you never retreat. You establish yourself really on the line of scrimmage, put your heels on the goal line at worst, and if they're going to throw the ball, make them throw it over your head because they're going to run out of space because of the back of the end zone. Never let a guy catch one in front of you.
The kickoff unit is out on the field, and they will send this one away. And he won't quite make it to the 25. The Buccaneers offense and Trevor Lawrence getting set for this next drive. And he has been masterful so far in leading this offense. He's kept the mistakes to a minimum. He's been on point with his passes, and he's generally been one step ahead of this defense all game long. He finds his man complete. That's Jacobs. And he will lose yardage on the play. Back at his own 19-yard line. Not what they had in mind there. That's going to go as a loss of 4. Here's a handoff to Jacobs. Fighting through at the 25. 4th quarter, down to the final 2 minutes, and we've got a one-score game. So it's Buccaneer football as we welcome you back. One of the bigger plays in the game thus far, and the crowd getting into it as we come up on a big 3rd down. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And quickly, we're going to get another stop here with 1:54 left as they call the timeout defensively. Not totally home free yet, but it's looking good as they come up 1st and 10. On the handoff, this is Jacobs. Now the Browns signal for the second of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. So they come up on 2nd down. If they can get another run like we just saw, would likely put an end to this thing. He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball. The Browns will quickly use their 3rd and final timeout. And they'll be disappointed to have to burn one there after giving up the 1st down. And they take a knee. They run it with Jacobs. And he is going to have a Bucs 1st down. All smiles on that sideline. That should be the one to do it. Call it a gain of 11 yards, and that should just about do it. Lawrence to a knee, and that will write a finish to this one.
Yeah, it's fun to kneel down in front of your home crowd, but when you go on the road, that band of brothers attitude, right? Just us against the world and get it done. How happy are they?
I remember a coach at a previous stop telling me, you get a win on the road, doesn't matter the opponent, get out of there like you stole something. And they did in this one.
Well, you really can't ask for much more than what we just had here. Not only a close game that went down to the wire, Charles, but a clean one, too. No turnovers in this contest.
And I think you're exactly right about that. To me, this is just a pair of offenses trying to find the slightest bit of separation from each other. And they were both hoping that the other side would make the big mistake first. But today, neither side made that mistake. And what we got, a very entertaining game throughout.
So for Tampa Bay, they're not going to go quietly here as the win moves them now to 8-6 on the year. And they will head back home next week. Meanwhile, for the Browns, their slim playoff hopes are gone now as they fall to 5-9. And they'll be on the road next week as they get a date with the Jaguars in Jacksonville. So for Charles Davis and our entire crew, I'm Brandon Gaudin. Next game, guess what? Charles and I will be here again. It's the NFL on EA Sports.
choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options. It's week 15 of the National Football League, and this one features Kyren Williams. He'll be a focal point of his offense this week. It's the Bengals and the Titans, and it's coming up next.
Now from the banks of the Ohio River, we welcome you to Paycor Stadium in downtown Cincinnati, Ohio. The final 4 weeks of the NFL regular season is upon us. Welcome to the home stretch. Welcome to the booth. Mike Tirico with Craig Olsen. Partners, week 15. Just feels like a horse race. We're at the top of the stretch. Now it's the sprint for home.
And up until this point, Mike, every team's goal is, can we be in the conversation for the playoffs in this final 4-week stretch? Where here we are. And if you've done that, well, man, there is nothing more exciting than playing NFL football at the end of the regular season when you're in playoff contention. But for those who are...
All right, just about set for football. The crowd is definitely ready. So are we. Off we go on EA Sports. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Tennessee offense taking the field for the first time. They are led out by a man who's done this now for a long time. Their veteran quarterback.
If his preparation for this game is any indication of how he's going to perform today, Mike, they're going to be hard to beat. He played really well last week, but when we talked to his coaches, they told us, they're like, he has lived here all week. He has taken his level of play even up another notch. And if he can continue to operate this system, continue to get all of his weapons involved, this leadership, this ability to lead by example, is going to rub off on the rest of this offense. I think they're going to have a good chance of changing from last week's loss to coming away today with a victory.
He'll take off again. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45.
You know, Mike, I like everything about this play except the very end. You've already picked up good yardage. You've already picked up the first down. Now get down on the ground and protect yourself. There's no reason to take those shots.
On play action, he'll set up to throw. He'll run again.
The best quarterbacks don't see the rush, they feel the rush, and that's exactly what this guy was able to do here. He's able to escape the initial pressure and immediately realizes, I got some space out in front of me. Picks up a solid gain here on first down.
And that'll give him a first down. Tackle made after the pickup of 3. Now some movement up front. And we'll hear from our referee for the first time here today. Now this time they'll look to throw. Throwing right, it's taken in.
How fast things can flip. You find yourself in first and a mile after taking a penalty on first down. But that chunk play there in the passing game now gets them back in sequence with the chains and brings up a more manageable second down.
He's going to tuck it and go.
Well, we've seen time and time again just how dangerous this quarterback can be, Mike, when he decides to tuck it and take off. So that is a great job defensively to rally to the football and hold him to just a short game.
Oh, there's movement up front.
Ball start.
That's going to make this third down a lot tougher. Seventh play of this opening drive, and here's third down. He'll drop to throw. Taking off, he'll try to get there. Can't beat those legs. 13-yard pickup. A scramble leads to a first down.
This is an element that defensively you always have to be ready to defend. You can't just accept that it's a pass and be so consumed with the receivers downfield. You have to account for the quarterback as a scrambler. You can see why, as he's able to get out of the pocket and pick up the first down.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. The tight end, Okonkwo, is in motion. That's complete. It's Parker Washington. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. They'll look to throw. He's going to get it to Okonkwo. And he's going to be run out after a gain of about 6, but that'll be good enough for a first down. Throwing now from the gun. Will be hit as he throws, and that one will wind up incomplete. Could not step into the throw that time. It'll bring up 2nd down. Now, faking the give. Quick throw, taken in. And a good job rallying to the football. Holding just a gain of a yard and sets up 3rd down. Back to throw. Quick throw here is complete. And he will not quite get to the marker. Good job there defensively. And now, decision time. What are you going to do on 4th down? Oh, the hard count looked like they caught somebody to jump. If they did, they pick up the first down. What a call on this opening drive. They're going to go for it on 4th down. They'll run here with Pollard.
This play should always end up converting a 4th down, especially at this distance. But you can't tell me there weren't some nerves on that sideline as they sent that play in to snap it. But fortunately, nothing to worry about. The offense gets it done.
The pass rush gets home, and he goes down.
I don't hate the play call. The best opportunity to throw the ball down this close to the goal line is usually on 1st or 2nd down. But the issue here is the quarterback has to know, if my first read is not open, this ball needs to be thrown out the back of the end zone. You cannot take a sack this close to the goal line.
They're at the 4, looking to get the game's first points. Here's 3rd and goal. Now, whistles here. Looks like one of the defenders got a head start.
Encroachment, defense. Still 3rd down.
They've gotten to the 2 on this opening drive, but now it's 3rd and goal. They'll try to run this one in. Good blocking, and he's in. Touchdown, Tennessee. It's his 2nd touchdown of the year. A terrific way to start this one. Not only a touchdown, but a nice long march down the field. Makes it a long walk back to the bench for the defense.
Mike, that's about as good as you can imagine starting a game offensively. To be able to sustain that many plays and be able to cap it off with a touchdown, that is a dream start for this offense.
Next to score, Titans 7, Bengals nothing.
Seven 0 is our score as this kick is sent into the air. Now return coming from the 7. Across the 20, they'll mark them down before the 25-yard line. That's where the offense will take over. The Cincinnati offense set to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by the quarterback now in his 4th NFL campaign.
They find themselves coming off a win last week that came right down to the end, and the best teams in the NFL, Mike, they can win close games, and they can win different style games. You're not going to blow people out consistently in the NFL. The league is just too good and has too much parity. But the teams that are the best in one-score games, they're often the ones finding themselves in the best position come playoff time.
One quarter in the books. It's the Titans out to the early lead. Greg and I back here in Cincinnati after this. So, 1st and 10 here now at the 38. They'll run it with Williams. Not much to speak of on that one. Maybe a gain of a yard. It's 2nd down. He'll look to throw. Quick throw out wide. It's caught. And they'll have it across midfield down at the opposing 46-yard line.
And if he's late with that throw, Mike, there's a really good chance a defender could have made a play on it. But he does a beautiful job. He puts the ball out in front of his shoulder, leads the receiver, and allows him to get upfield and pick up the 1st down.
Set to go now on 1st and 10. Now they'll set up to throw. Going down the center of the field, open man, and it's taken in. And they'll move this ball way down into the red zone, inside the 20-yard line. In the red zone now, he'll drop to throw. He'll get this complete. That's A.J. Brown. And the Bengals are going to have a 1st and goal coming up. They try to finish off this drive with 6 points. They'll look to throw yet again. He's got his big tight end. Touchdown, Cincinnati.
And what a response by this offense. It's not easy taking the field, Mike, for the first time in the game, and you find yourself already down to score. They watch their opponent kind of march down the field and score in the opening possession, and they're able now to go out and square it on up. Allows you to take a deep breath, maybe get a little confidence for your defense to go out and get a stop, and they come away with this extra point. We got ourselves a tie ball game.
The extra point is up and through, and the Bengals come right back to tie it at 7. Each team one possession, each team a score. 7-7 as they kick it off. On the return, it's Parker Washington. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Titans offense going to take over now for the 2nd time. We're trying to break out of this deadlock. We are all even at 7 as they start this drive, 1st and 10. Start on the ground. It'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
You want to see linebackers play downhill, Mike, meaning there's not a lot of side-to-side pursuit. They're attacking the line of scrimmage, attacking the ball carrier. That's exactly what we saw out of this guy here. He's able to make it.
And that ball's intercepted by Trayvon Diggs. And he's going to give a short field to his offense here as they try to break the tie.
Mike, these are just throws you're not accustomed to seeing, especially from a quarterback that has played this much football. He's been around the NFL for a long time. He's got to make better decisions. Costly mistakes like that are going to kill his team.
The Bengals offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. We'll have a short field ahead as they look to break our tie. It is 1st and 10. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. Down the field. It's caught on that left sideline. And he's out of bounds all the way inside the 15-yard line. A pickup there of 28 yards. A the 14-yard line. It's 1st and 10. Blitz coming. He'll throw it. This one complete right side. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple. 2nd down and 8. Putting the tight end in motion. That'll be caught by the running back, Williams. And he can't get away. They rally to the football on defense and bring him down for no gain. On 3rd down, they'll set up to throw. Quickly to the outside and complete. And he's going to be taken down short of the marker. And that is going to set up an interesting 4th down decision. They'll throw out of the gun. That's hauled in at the 2. To the goal line and in. Touchdown, Bengals. That's his 2nd touchdown of this one. And he's got a half dozen for the year. And that is number 2. Greg, he is off to some kind of start in this one. 2 quarters and 2 receiving touchdowns.
Mike, this is one of those situations where as a defensive coordinator, you've got to give your group an answer. Because right now, they don't have one for this guy.
Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. Washington now to return it. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25. The Titans offense make their way out to take over once more. They trail now 14-7 as they'll come up for 1st and 10. Right away, they'll set up to throw. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end.
This may look like a simple connection, Mike, just pitch and catch, but I can promise you the amount of time these two guys have spent together on the practice field, in the meeting rooms, just getting on the same page, seeing the game through the same set of eyes, makes what's pretty difficult seem a lot easier.
He's taken down, but just shy of midfield.
This is a great example, Mike, of just how effective it is when you're efficient on early downs throwing the ball. I mean, when you can pick up 1st downs without getting the 3rd down, as the game unfolds, things just get easier and easier. Take what the defense is giving you. Don't force the ball downfield. But when you can stay ahead of the chains without having to get to 3rd.
And he will score. Touchdown, Titans. They'll line it up to kick the extra point. He gets it to go, and the Titans will tie things up. We are all even at 14. So back to level after the touchdown, and time for the kickoff. This will be returned from the 6. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. Heading out now, the Cincinnati offense is going to get set to take over once more. This one, everything we could have hoped for to this point. All even at 14. They'll start this drive with 1st down. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
So defensively, there's always the initial pass coverage plan, and then when that breaks down and the quarterback goes into scramble mode, how fast can you then move on to the 2nd phase, what they call plaster, meaning find the nearest receiver and almost play him man-to-man, and that's exactly what they did here, and there was nowhere for the ball to go, and he's forced to just throw it away.
They'll throw here on 3rd and short. Now the Bengals are going to call the first of their timeouts. And they'll have a chance to talk things over after picking up that first down. Back to the air one more time. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. Tight end going in motion here. He locates the open man. That's Christian Kirk. What a connection. He's down inside the 5-yard line.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone. And this is where you have to finish drives.
From the 4-yard line, trying to punch it in. First down and goal. They'll look to throw again. That is caught by the tight end. Touchdown, Cincinnati. 3 touchdowns in this one. He now has 7 for the year. This is turning into a monster game. Let's keep an eye on this. 3 touchdown catches alone in the first half. Could be a record-setting game. The kicking team off for the extra point. It's up and good. And the Bengals have broken the deadlock as they move out to a 21-14 lead. Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Titans offense going to take over just before the half. They're searching here for the tie score. Down 21-14. They'll begin 1st and 10. And he's going to have to eat this one. And down he goes.
Just a great individual effort. And when you have a guy that can win his one-on-one matchups, now it becomes less about who's blocking him and how do we block him. Expect the offense to make some adjustments because right now, one-on-one, this defender is going to win every time.
All right, Michael, we'll get back to you and Greg in just a little bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll begin up at legendary Lambeau Field in Green Bay, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Lamar Jackson leading the way in the victory with 3 touchdown passes. From there, we head down south to Atlanta to check on the Falcons at home at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And they were winners in that ball game over the visiting New Orleans Saints. C.J. Stroud, a touchdown pass in the victory. Lastly, we're off to the Rocky Mountains, Denver, Colorado. See what's happening with the Broncos. And they were winners as they defeat the visiting New England Patriots. Desmond Ridder leading the way with a couple of touchdown passes in the victory. Both of these offenses had their share of high points in that first half. Each team had some big moments, and it would seem this could turn out to be a game where the last score wins.
For the next 30 minutes or more as this second half gets underway. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Bengals offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And we show you some of the highlights, and there have been plenty to choose from. 3 touchdown passes and some other big-time throws as well. Certainly dialed in and on top of his game right throughout this one. Back to throw here to begin the drop. And he'll try to use that size and push forward, but it will not work. They're going to get him down behind the line. Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. They'll look to throw. And kept getting worse and worse until finally they bring him down.
That big boy was moving, Mike. That was impressive. I mean, it's not easy to bring down this quarterback in any situation, but to hawk him down from his interior defensive line spot nearly out by the sideline, that's beyond impressive.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. He'll drop to throw. Oh, wide open is Kirk. He's got it. And he will have a first down, but I don't think that's going to stay.
Offense.
They're already heading backwards. On 4th down, Daniel Wheeler is on to punt. Something there on the return, able to take this back to the 20-yard line. The Titans offense ready for their first possession of this second half. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with a first down. Here comes the blitz as he looks to throw. This one complete to Washington. He's close to a first down to gain a 9. Nice pitch and catch on first down. A good spot here, 2nd and a yard. Slot man in motion left. Back to throw. Got his receiver on the in-cut. He's got it. And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. Man in motion here is Washington. Using the jet sweep for the fake, they run it up the middle. He'll work his way ahead for a gain of about 4. Here's a 2nd and 6. Shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. And that's going to be a first down. A pickup of 9.
Do a nice job there to move the chains early in this drive, but now as they approach midfield, continue to keep your foot on the gas. Don't get conservative. Don't start sitting on the ball. Cross midfield and go. Anytime you find yourself on your opponent's side of the field, you have to be thinking points.
That's catch 3 just on this drive, and it gets his team a first down.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They clearly have a mismatch in their favor, and every time they've looked his way, he's continued to make big plays. If I'm this coordinator, I think I'm giving him one more shot and see if he can push this thing over the goal line and come away with 6.
And before the snap, we have a whistle. And this could very well be a
false start. Offense.
He'll look to throw. Connecting with his tight end, Okonkwo.
Defense does a nice job here initially using zone coverage to take away the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. Quarterback gets off his first read, sees some openings to the sideline, and him and his receiver are able to connect. And this is one of the cases, Mike, where defenders, they get their eyes in the wrong spot. They call it eye discipline. He catches them looking elsewhere. It allows him to get upfield and make this third down a lot more manageable.
They'll try and run for the first down with Pollard. And he's going to be close to that first down. Looks like he made it past the yellow line. Yes, he did. It is indeed a first down. Now they'll set up to throw. And he's close to another first down. This is brought down just shy of the marker. Here's 2nd and 2. This one caught at the 4. And he will score. Touchdown, Tennessee. That is 2nd touchdown of the afternoon.
Mike, we used to have a saying that it was the responsibility of the receiver to run the route through the eyes of the quarterback. And I think this is a great example here. Two guys clearly on the same page. Quarterback expected his target to be in a certain place at a certain time. He's there, ball's delivered accurately. He's able to pick up the rest with his legs, and that's a big-time connection for the touchdown.
So back to level after the touchdown. And time for the kickoff. This is fielded inside the 5. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. Bengals offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession. And he has been a nightmare to scheme against throughout this one. This defense has been picked apart. That is borne out in those impressive numbers. He has been terrific all game long. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. The training staff going to look, and we'll step out for a moment. A give left side. Here's Williams. Not much develops there. We'll get this to about the 43. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. Throwing now from the gun. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. And he'll be marked down at the 45-yard line.
You can see this connection is just starting really to pick up. They're seeing the game through the same set of eyes, and that is the job of the receiver. What is my quarterback expecting from me? Where does he want me? Be there on time, and it leads to big gains like this. Up until that incompletion, they've done a really nice job on this drive, Mike, picking up fresh sets of downs. And typically, throwing the ball on 1st down is a great way to do it. But now they find themselves in 2nd and 10. Do you keep it in the air and try to get the 1st down here? Or is the idea to just make 3rd down manageable and take your chances picking up a key 3rd down?
So, 3 quarters have come and gone. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Wow, an important one coming here. Tie game, late, and this is 3rd down. That one on target with Kirk. They've got it. He's going to have the 1st down. So they convert on 3rd down with a pickup of 9.
Goes without saying, this is a huge drive. This game is all tied up. 4th quarter, that's a huge 1st down pickup. Now they got to see if they can get some points off this possession.
They'll look to throw yet again. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. You have a tight end motioning left here. Back to the air once more on 2nd down. And they'll work this close to a 1st down, maybe just a tad short. 3rd and a yard. Tight end motioning left. They'll try and throw for it on 3rd and 1. And he's going to have the 1st down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on 3rd down.
When you decide to throw the ball on 3rd and 1, typically, Mike, what you're doing is you start from the top down. If you have the big shot downfield, take it. If not, the quarterback works through his progression, finds the medium target, picks up the 1st down. Out-breaking routes, Mike, especially outside of the numbers, everything is about the timing. If you're late with the throw, you're going to be watching that defensive.
It is brought in the end zone. Touchdown, Bengals. Greg, every touchdown counts the same, but the ones you get in the 4th quarter, they are the ones that feel a little more important.
Yeah, now that pressure shifts to your defense, your offense was able to go out and get the lead here late. Does your defense have enough left in them to get one more stop?
No problem there on the extra point. And the Bengals go up by 7, 28-21. So So the lead is 7 now. Here in this fourth quarter, the tie has been broken. Let's see what happens on this kickoff. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The visitors' offense back onto the field as you take a look at the playoff race in the AFC. Still plenty to play for as the temperatures dip and we hit the final month, the money month of the season. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45.
They got to do a better job of keeping the quarterback contained in the pocket all week, Mike, against mobile quarterbacks. You talk about rushing as a group. This time they get a little undisciplined with their rush lane integrity, and he makes them pay.
And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
Really nice timing on that slant route. You can tell the quarterback and the wide receiver are completely on the same page, and when executed at that level, it's virtually impossible to stop.
And he'll get maybe about 4 yards out of that one. Lane closed quickly. And here comes third down. Again, it's Pollard. He's going to force his way for a yard or 2, but looks like this one's going to be coming back. Trailing late, they've got to go here. It's fourth down. He's got his tight end. That's a combo. He's going to pick up a Titans first down. They find a way to convert on 4th and 10. Out of the gun, he'll throw. Down the field, he's got Washington. He is in. Touchdown, Titans. A huge touchdown there in the fourth quarter, and now just a point away from tying the game.
And that's one of those drives, Mike, where you know your best is needed. Can you come through here late and give your team a chance? They're an extra point away from tying this thing up, and we got ourselves a ball game.
So they're not level yet. A critical extra point attempt to follow. The kick is good, and that will tie this game here in the fourth quarter. All even. Fourth quarter, everything we've wanted. What's in store in the remaining time? Oh, he's got room past the 30. Nice job on the return. He's down close to the 35-yard line. The Bengals offense and Christian Kirk getting set for their next possession. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. They'll throw out of the gun. Quick throw out wide. It's caught. Catch number 7 so far in this one. And a first down.
First and 10 at the 45-yard line.
On play action, he'll set up to throw. There's that man again. Another catch. He has been busy. 9 receptions on the game in that one. A first down.
These crossing concepts are frequently used, Mike, throughout the entire game, all across the league. And what it does is it creates a lot of natural rubs. You run out the backside of the defense and rely heavily on the yards after the catch, and it's exactly how they're able to pick up this big game. Well, there's not a lot to this route. Man coverage, and you got a drag route. Give them a little something off the line and go. Win with speed. Good, accurate ball on the front shoulder pad allows him to pick up the rest after the catch and leads to a big game.
And he'll work his way for about 4 yards. That's good enough for a first down. 2 minutes to play in regulation. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. Plenty of time, all 3 timeouts left. It's first and 10. On the ground, Williams. And he surges forward for a gain of about 5. Here's second down.
Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 20-yard line.
Here's Williams. Maybe a couple there. It's third down. The Titans will use the first of their timeouts. Talk things over before third down. Williams. And they've got it on the ground. The mark will come at the 13. But it's a new set of downs. First down picked up. They'll keep it on the ground. Not much there. Maybe a yard. Titans going to use the last of their timeouts here. And they'll get together prior to the second down play. They'll run. He's fighting to get back to the line of scrimmage, but can't get there. Dropped for the loss of a yard.
This is what every defense in the league is shooting for, Mike. Negative plays. That's how you kill drives. Force teams to play from behind the sticks. Great job here, taking them down for a loss.
They'll stick to the ground.
The tackle made at the 6-yard line. A gain of 6 yards.
So now, out comes the field goal unit in this pressure spot. This a potential game winner. This kick is good. And that very likely will be a game winner.
And that's just got to be a great feeling over on that sideline, Mike. I mean, an excellent job by this offense to give yourself a chance to win it. And then this kick. I mean, what's left to be said? It was never in doubt, and it's going to lead this team to a victory.
Here we go. One final play. He'll look deep here for Burks. And penalty flags come in as it winds up incomplete. But
Pass interference.
There
Defense.
was contact there. So now, a big spot coming here. This to force overtime. This one is good. Would you expect anything less from this game? We are going to get some more. Headed to overtime. So, overtime coming up. Not a playoff game, so a quick reminder of the rules. Each team gets one possession unless the opening possession is a touchdown. Then it's game over. Any defensive score ends the game. Each team gets a couple of timeouts, and all replays come from upstairs. If the first OT ends in a tie, so does the game. Four quarters could not determine a winner. We get back underway here in overtime. The return starts from the bottom. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The home team's offense getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. They'll do so with 1st and 10. Drive begins with a run by Williams. And good blocking up front, paving the way for a gain of 8 on the ground. They'll come to the line now on 2nd and 2. Now a first throw here in overtime. Wells, another catch for his favorite target. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
We've now seen this quarterback show that he can beat you from both inside and now outside of the pocket. The ability to use his legs to flush out and buy time for his receivers. They uncover downfield, leads to a big pickup.
They'll look to throw here on first down. Second and a yard.
Brings up second and a yard at the 35-yard line.
They bring a tight end in motion left. Looking for his tight end on the corner route. He's got it. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line.
Mike, I can't tell you how many corner routes I caught throughout my career, and there's really an art to it. At the top of the break, you have to give the quarterback what they call an indicator step. That's your cut where you set your angle, and then once that ball's out, go chase it down, and in this case, he's able to pick up the first down.
And they'll get about half of what they needed.
Offside.
It's a pickup of 5 and sets up second and 5.
Still first down.
They send the tight end in motion. Back to the air one more time. Whoa. And the Bengals are going to have a first and goal coming up. They try to finish off this drive with 6 points.
These are the plays that just drive the defensive coordinator crazy, Mike. You do everything right, but you don't account for the quarterback scrambling. He's able to get out of the pocket and gain enough for a first down.
And they are all over that on defense. Good surge, drops him back. Let's put him at the 9-yard line.
And you could tell pretty quickly, Mike, that once the quarterback started chopping his feet, that there was nowhere for him to go. Great job by the defense, not only reading quarterback run, but getting him down behind the line.
Stop at the 6, and that sets up third and goal. 2 minutes to go here in overtime. Greg and I back to search for a winner after this. Throwing here on third and goal. He'll try and get there on the ground. And he'll get this inside the 5, but no further. Great job by the defense. It sets up fourth down.
What a nice play defensively. It's always a bit of a challenge. How long do I stay in coverage defending my zone or my man? Or how fast do I come up and pursue a scrambling quarterback? They did a nice job rallying to the ball late. They were able to bring him down to force fourth down. Of course they would have loved to finish this with a touchdown, of course. But this is the next best thing. You come out here in overtime, you get the early lead going up by 3, and now you put it on your defense. Can they come up with one stop to win this football game?
This one taken at the 7. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. Out comes the Tennessee offense. They get set to see what they can do. This one has been tight so far. A field goal separating the two sides. This drive kicks off with first and 10. He's going to get it to Okonkwo.
This pitch and catch may have looked routine, but I promise you, Mike, these types of anticipatory throws, especially outside the numbers, they don't occur without countless reps, oftentimes when nobody's even watching.
Fires left sideline. That is complete. And he's taken down inside the opponent's 35.
Everyone talks about all the physical qualities to play quarterback in the NFL, Mike, and of course that's a given. But it's really the cerebral approach to the game that separates the best from everybody else. And I think both of those things were on display there, as he did not only a great job of finding the vulnerabilities of the back end, but then once his guy was there, it was that arm talent that put the ball in the exact right spot to allow his guy to make the big play.
Here's a timeout, Tennessee. It'll be their second. Second down and 3. They'll look to throw again. This one complete to Washington. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the first down. Titans going to use the last of their timeouts here.
Really nice job here by the quarterback, understanding what did he need to pick up a fresh set of downs. In this case, that underneath drag route was all it took. Get the ball into the hands of your receiver, pick up the first down.
Taken in. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards.
I think the rest of those receivers in the huddle have all come to the realization that they might not be getting a target anytime soon. And frankly, I don't blame them. I mean, they're riding the hot hand, and rightfully so. Until this defense proves that they can stop him in the passing game, I expect the quarterback to just continue to go back to him time and time again.
So this one in the win column for the Bengals. This was a close-fought game. They were able to get themselves into field goal range here at OT. The final kick sailed through the uprights to finally close out this victory. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. It's
Choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on the left to... It's week 15 of the National Football League, and this one features the Ravens' speedy running back. He's the NFL's ultimate red zone back and your leader in rushing touchdowns. It's the Ravens and the Chiefs next on Madden Football.
As the sun starts to set, you're going to see how much light is left by the end of this early evening game here on the NFL on EA Sports. Joined by a former NFL quarterback up in the booth, Mr. Brock Heward. I'm Kate Scott, and Brock, you can brag if you'd like to, because I know you have quite the big arm in your days with the Huskies and the Seahawks in Seattle. Well, we've got a couple of quarterbacks here who also know how to push that football down the field.
Yeah, you got a couple QBs who are going to keep these defenses honest today, because the moment they get greedy in coverage or get too aggressive in the pocket, either of these quarterbacks can drop a dime, drop a deep throw right over him for big yardage, and maybe 6 points too.
Justin Tucker has this all teed up. And we're off from Baltimore. Return coming from the 6. This return makes it up to the 25. So here come the Chiefs, taking the field for their first drive of the game. And leading the way is their 4th-year QB.
Last week, Kate, you won't call his effort wasted, never. But you wish a game like that would have come in a win instead of showing up in a contest they ended up dropping. 2 touchdowns, no picks. That's the type of game that wins are typically built off of.
It gives it Pacheco to start the drive. And he only manages one. Couple of defenders there to bring him down.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Here we go, 2nd and 9. That's complete, Isaiah Pacheco. Ooh, after that play, we can tell he's hurting. He's someone they need to help their playoff hopes. Training staff working on him now. Let's see what they draw up on a 3rd and 7. Throwing from the gun. Almost an opening drive interception. That winds up on the ground. Incomplete. It's going to bring up 4th down.
I think I can see his eyes from the booth. He was envisioning the return and simply dropped it. You've got to secure the pick before anything else.
And a fair catch made without incident, just inside the 25. So the Ravens offense taking over for the first time here. And amidst the veterans, it's this rookie quarterback leading them out.
Just an all-around great performance from him last week, Kate, in the win. Those 2 touchdowns he had played a big part in the victory, no question. But so did keeping it clean, not throwing a pick. You want to become friendly with your own defense? Make sure they don't have any extra possessions to defend. He did his job, and so did his teammates.
And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. From the 32. And like an empty wrapper, he just throws that one away.
Well, that's one you chalk up to the pressure earning that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target, hit him, altered that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. It's a 4-yard gain, and that's going to get him across the marker and earn the first. Markers reset, ball at the 37. It looks like the defense jumps just before the snap there.
Encroachment, defense.
He thought he had the timing down and could make the play, but just a hair too early.
Still first down.
Encroachment on that previous play, and that makes this a much shorter 1st and 5. Running it after the penalty. And 2 yards is all he's going to get before he's caught. Look at Cam Taylor-Britt getting up there to track that one down. 2nd and 3 now. Another carry for it. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
And looky here, you don't even have to worry now about a 3rd down call as that run moves the sticks. Now that call you had ready, though, you can recycle it. Save it for later, for that next 3rd down coming.
Going to the ground again on 1st. And he's brought down for a loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
He's got Andrews. He's only going to manage to get back to the line. Justin Reed with the tackle.
Kate, if there was one throw in the game plan that kept me up at night more than any other, it was an out route versus zone coverage. Because you got to throw with anticipation, but you also got to make sure those defenders' eyes aren't reading you like a book.
Play didn't break how they wanted it, and he throws this away.
You know, it's a point of emphasis in practice each and every week, no matter where we go. How are we going to attack the coverage on 3rd down? Well, they chose the wrong play off that call sheet that time.
Hunter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. So this one will go out of bounds, and they'll start the drive inside their own 30. The Chiefs sending their offense out for the 2nd time this game. And they haven't gotten their legs under them on offense just yet, Brock. 3 plays and a punt on their opening drive. Pass play on 1st and 10. The screen pass falls incomplete.
That just goes to show you can't take any completion for granted, even on some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
2nd and 10 now. Finds him over the middle. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32.
I feel so bad, I really do. And I don't mean this sarcastically, Kate. I feel bad for these guys in coverage. I don't know how you defend some of these players today, because they get...
Oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. And the Ravens have it as he records his 7th interception of the season. He was trying to fit it into a window in the zone coverage, but by the time he let it go, boy, Brock, that lane had closed, and someone was there to make a play on it.
What you're trying to do in zone coverage defensively is make that quarterback see a window that isn't actually there. And as soon as he takes the bait and sends it over the middle, well, you got 1, 2, 3 defenders all there in range to go pick it off.
First and 10 now from the 30. Throwing it to start this drive. He had it for a moment, but a complete defensive play. Jarrett loose, incomplete. That's earned him status, Brock, as one of the league's better tight ends. Are those hands, right? His dependable hands. So shouts to the defense there because he wasn't able to hang on that time.
Kate, it's one thing for these defenders to separate a receiver from the ball, but to do so on a stud tight end, that's big time. This is one of those kind of win-win situations. Both sides feel good. As an offense, I get a completion. I get a win. As a defense, I keep everything in front of me. I make the tackle for a short gain. I get a win, too. Sometimes
the Chiefs get to him, and he's dropped. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up 4th down.
That sure ended up being a worst-case scenario. Pass rush just kept coming and bearing down. And he was looking for an escape that wasn't there. It's just one of those plays in hindsight, Kate, where you really got to understand, I got to cut bait, cut my losses, and avoid such a negative play.
Staring at 4th down, the Ravens will go with Justin Tucker to try for 3. This from the right hash and a considerable distance. And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And that will get them on the board.
A lot of them may make it look automatic, but you get this deep, and those field goals are far from a certainty. It took all his concentration, every bit of his strength, to send that puppy through.
He fields it from the 8. Jukes one defender. And great starting field position here as they bring him down beyond the 40. The Chiefs offense set to take over again. And it's far from the first time we're seeing this unit head out, Brock. But what we haven't seen so far in this opening half, well, we haven't seen much in terms of yardage.
No, it's like they've written a few lyrics, but nowhere close to a song yet.
Wiley hauls it in. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. How about 29 yards on that play, partner, as they get the chains reset?
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
1st and 10 now from the 30. Before the snap, some early movement. Let's see which side gets tagged with the penalty.
Neutral zone infraction, defense.
So he jumped too early, and that's going to cost him 5 yards.
Still 1st down.
So they'll only need 5 now after that neutral zone infraction penalty. They motion the tight end over. Airing it out on 1st down. Complete out to the right. And they get this down to the 12-yard line before being stopped. All right, all set up now. 1st and 10. Working inside the red zone. Has it in close. And they'll get this down nearly to the end zone. Instead, stopped at the 2. In a good spot here, 2nd and inches. Now they'll throw out of the gun. And that is caught. It's a Kansas City touchdown. The Chiefs pull ahead 6-3 in the 1st. Slant route, as it does so many times every game we call, Brock. Paying dividends. Made that touchdown look a lot easier than it was.
An uncontested release that close to the end zone spells disaster for a defense every time, Kate. You got to have a whole lot more physicality at the point of attack because a QB is always going to be looking for that short little slant near the goal line.
That one splits the uprights. And the Chiefs take a 4-point lead. Reed now to kick this one away. This return starts at the 5. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Ravens returning their offense and this running back to the field. And he's found many a gift in the end zone this season. As we work through December, he is currently tops in the league in rushing scores. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Lone back in the backfield, and he gets the handoff. And they'll bundle this up after a 4-yard gain. Nate Wiggins getting up to end that play.
4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6.
We're a quarter of the way through on this chilly winter afternoon. 7-3 is our score. Back to the bank in just a moment. Back at beginning the second quarter, Ravens in possession. They'll have 2nd and 7 to deal with. Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. And he's caught after a gain of about 2. Justin Reed with the tackle. 3rd and 4 coming up now. Pass play coming here. Makes the grab in bounds left side. And he flips the field for them before being taken down.
You know, Ken, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
So the big play has him well into enemy territory and field goal range. They're inside the 30. Lone back gets the handoff. And he'll come up with a gain of 3 on the run up the middle.
You know, not a ton of yards, but still showing that commitment to the ground game. The type of run that keeps the defense from loading up in coverage and focusing entirely on that passing game.
And the cover just too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up. Running back sent in motion. Throw on 3rd down. Oh, he was on the move, but so was the defense, and they take him down. And they'll try to build on that big stop.
In theory, Kate, that's exactly what complementary man coverage is supposed to look like. The DBs, well, they're sticky on the back end of it. The front end, that pass rush, it makes an impact that gets home. But of course we know, it's not that simple. It is really tough to lock down a full field in more than a second or 2. Okay, one of the areas that kickers and quarterbacks are similar, they want to get into rhythm. And no better way to feel good and get into that rhythm and start a game 2 for 2 as a kicker.
Things trim back down to a single point, Brock, as they send this off and away. This one's fielded at the 4-yard line. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Chiefs ready for their next series, led out on offense by their quarterback. And I think they'd be content doing everything the same as their prior drive and getting another touchdown here. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Throwing now from the gun. Has him on the quick hitter. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
Good offenses. Okay, good play callers know how to utilize their personnel. They know where they wanted him. They wanted him in a route in space where he could make that initial play comfortably, but then go to work after it.
Ball start, offense.
There was a blitz coming, and that got somebody to panic and jump early. It cost him 5 yards. Out of the gun, they'll look to throw. He's got him. That's Pacheco. And he's going to get this up close to the 40 before going out.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a 1st down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
Completed over the middle. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. The rookie from Georgia in on that tackle. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Shotgun snap, they're going to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of 3rd downs just like that.
New set of downs for him from the 46. They'll throw it again. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Running up the middle, Pacheco. And he pushes forward, but they don't get much there. Give him 3 that time. That's going to bring up 3rd and 7. Back to throw. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means 4th down coming up.
situations where you hear a quarterback having a clock, right? You know, and he ended up time in the pocket, but then it was like, okay, time is running out, and I got to do something. He did not force a throw and risk a pick. Instead, he just got rid of it and cut his losses.
The Ravens and this running back headed back out for a new series. And you can see he's done his part on offense this season, sitting second right now in the league in rushing touchdowns. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Handoff now from the gun. And defenders are there to get him at the line. Drew Sanders that time on the stop. No gain there that time, and it's 2nd and 10. They're going play action. That's knocked away by a defender, incomplete. Well, no look on his first look of the game, and things look tougher now with 3rd and long. He's going to throw this one to the left side and reeled in by Wilson. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep them short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
And he's brought down before the return gets far. All right, the Chiefs in good field position here as they start out 1st and 10. Airing it out to start this drive. Short pass brought in. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They managed 22 on the rip and a 1st down.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. No one open, so he chucks this to another county.
That is normally a gimme for this offense, these short throws. But the defense, they had just enough influence on that play to force the incompletion.
Back to the air on 2nd down. Pacheco hauls it in. They'll get 18 yards there. And the Chiefs are going to have a 1st down.
To this day, I can still see the faces of the big guys in the huddle. When you call a screen like that, instead of them just getting knocked backwards, they get to be salesmen. They get to push those linemen downfield and then tee off and go hit somebody like they did right there.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Well-timed strike by that defender to knock it free. And now they face 2nd down. Throwing now off play action. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Working across the middle, Brock, it is tough for anybody to make plays through all that mess, even when you're the biggest and baddest pass catcher on the roster.
But as a tight end, you're going to be disappointed because that's what you're paid to do. It's one thing for those undersized receivers to talk about. It's another one for these big tight ends. You are paid to make that catch through contact, and you couldn't do it.
So on 4th down, the Chiefs field goal units and Harrison Butker headed out. From the right hash, this is going to be a 41-yarder. Up and good from Blankenship. And that'll push their lead to 4.
You'd expect him to make most of those attempts from this distance, but it's never a lock. So they'll happily take this and finish off the drive with points.
Reed now to kick this one away. Return starts at the 9. In pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. The Ravens back out on offense. Their running back headed out once again. And you know who the ball is going to when they reach the red zone. He's currently top 5 across the NFL in rushing scores this season. Throwing with a blitz on the way. Finding Flowers. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down. Back now, pressure on its way. Completed to Flowers. And they get this down to the 44 before he stopped. To Timeout taken by the offense, their second. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. Throwing from the gun here. It's incomplete. Risky throw to the sideline. They're lucky that defender didn't keep on going down the sideline there. It's going to be 2nd down. They are throwing it again. Caught by Flowers. And this one's worked down to the 33 before being stopped. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the 1st down. Throwing it again here. This time they're going to get there, and they drop him. Just before halftime, we get a timeout taken. Wow, they must really trust in this guy's range. He's out for what would be a very long field goal. This from the right hash and a considerable distance. It's far enough, but no good. He sent it just a little bit right. And this will remain a 4-point game.
Hey, listen, I know kickers are arguably better today than they've ever been in the history of football. But anything from 60-plus is still awfully ambitious. And that time, it didn't pan out.
Motion man is the tight end here, going left. Throwing from the gun. That's caught by Chris Olave. And he's able to drive this to the 29 before the stop. The Chiefs bring on Harrison Butker for the field goal. It's from the right hash, 46 yards. Up and good from Blankenship. And add 3 to their lead as it extends to 7. So we've arrived at halftime. The Chiefs with a lead so far on the road. Now we'll send you south to Orlando for a check-in around the league via Jonathan Coachman and the EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach, what you got for us?
All right, Kate, thanks very much. More from you and Brock in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll begin up at legendary Lambeau Field in Green Bay, where it was the visiting Lions who come in and get the road victory. Lamar Jackson leading the way in the victory with 3 touchdown passes. Next, we head off to check out another game, and they were losers in that one to the visiting Houston Texans. Davis Mills, 5 touchdown passes, leading his guys to the victory. Finally, let's get out to Southern Nevada and see what's happening with the Raiders at home in Las Vegas. As you can see, the score there in the second quarter. The Chargers locked in a tight one, but this is a game you feel they've got to have. These two teams heading out of the tunnel, and we're ready to get back to it. For the call of the second half, here is the great Kate T. Scott. Kate?
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the third quarter. Here's a return from the 7. The return manages to get just beyond the 30. The Ravens trotting out their offense. And this game might be going better if he could have some more time just to work back there. This pass rush has been all over them. Really keeps taking this offense out of any grooves that they've managed to get into.
Okay, I like to say in life there's energy givers and there's energy vampires.
Yeah.
And for this defense, these sacks right here, there's such energy givers. And, man, it's like a vampire sucking the juice out of an offense.
Yeah, I love that. Gets him on the in route. He's got a gain of 6 there. Nate Wiggins getting up to end that play. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4.
At the 37-yard line.
From the 37. Throwing the out route complete. And he goes out close to that 45-yard line. On the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. They're throwing it. Gets this one to Andrews. They get an even 10 on that first down, Baltimore. New set of downs for him from the 46.
First and 10 at the 46-yard line.
He'll throw it yet again. He's got Andrews. And he's going to be brought down after reaching the 43.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on first down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And he's able to drive this to the 29 before the stop. Big gain, 14 on the play. And that's good for a Ravens first down. Shotgun snap, looking to throw. He's going to push one deep down the right. Took his shot at 6 that time. And that'll bring up second down. Trying to throw here out of the gun. Into the hands of Michael Wilson. And they've got him down near the red zone at the 22. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Back to throw now. That's caught for the first. He does it. Touchdown, Baltimore. The Ravens cut into the lead coming out of halftime. So they punch it in for 6, Brock, and now a conversion away from tying this game back up.
This one just has the feel, doesn't it? The makings of a one-score game in the 4th quarter that could go either way.
Justin Tucker to try the point after. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Ravens manage to tie this game. It's 13-all. Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff. Fielded at the 7. He stopped on the return at the 27. Offense heading out now for the Chiefs. And this is an important drive to get momentum back after that touchdown tied things up. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Run from Pacheco to start the half. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. The rangy Kyle Hamilton getting there for the stop. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Ooh, this is going to be a false start on the offense here.
False start, offense.
One of the most common penalties in the sports, and the reaction, it's the same every time, Brock. Frustration from the coach as they get backed up 5 yards. Here we go, 2nd and 9. Connects with Wiley. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line. 3rd and a lone yard coming up. They'll run it. Here's Pacheco. Has the 1st and more past midfield. And he's finally stopped right at the start of that red zone, down at the 20. It's a huge pickup on the play. And it'll be 1st down, Kansas City.
Win the early battle. Give a little leverage. Lone man wins off the line, and that's all that was needed to ensure that 1st down right there.
That last shot took him right down to the front of the red zone. Here's 1st down. From the red zone now. Finds him over the middle. And he's able to get this down to the 13.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, just find a way to get him the ball.
And that's a Kansas City touchdown. Well, this has definitely been a tight one throughout, Brock. So now that they've taken the lead, the question becomes, can they hold on to it?
And that question right there is one the defense has to answer. But this sure had the look of a drive where a coaching staff challenged that offense, saying, hey, we need a big drive from you guys right here. And sure enough, that offense delivers.
Yeah, no doubt. Butker to try the point after. The point after splits the uprights. And the Chiefs break that tie and now lead by 7. Reed now to kick this one away. Kickoff taken at the 3. He's stopped on the return at the 27. Now Baltimore returning its offense to the field of play. They find themselves trailing 20-13 after that score. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Running it now out of the gun. And they had that one contained right at the line. Drew Tranquil brings him to the ground. 2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Here's a throw. He's in trouble, and the Chiefs bring him down. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
As much as we talk about offenses wanting to stay ahead of the chains, they want to stay on script. Well, a defense, they want to rip that script up. And a sack like that, creating 3rd and extra longs, it's exactly how you get it done.
Dumps it off to his running back. And he'll be brought down along the 25-yard line.
Just get this guy touches. I don't care how, I don't care when. Just find unique ways to get this running back the ball, and over time, he's going to make you pay.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. Punt meets him at the 28. They found some space to do a little damage there before they bottle him up. Nice 12-yard pickup on the return. And the Chiefs will get set to go on offense. New slated downs to approach here from the 40. Throwing now from the gun. Completed over the middle. And they push this down to the opposing 47-yard line. They get 13 on the pickup. And the Chiefs are going to have a 1st down. They send the tight end in motion. Has him on the quick hitter. And they're going to bring him down at the 36. Give him 11 yards, Brock, and a fresh set of downs. A touchdown aside in that frame as we run out of time in the 3rd quarter. It's Chiefs football trying to carry this lead across the finish line. First down, ball at the 36. They'll give this up the middle to Pacheco. And not a lot of room for him as he's brought down. Only 2 yards, and it brings up 2nd and 8. Right back to Pacheco. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. Call it a gain of 6, and they need only 2 now on 3rd down. Out of the gun, they'll look to throw. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. So they opt for the shorter pass later in the progression on that play, Brock, but man, the defense took that away too.
Well, what they tell us yesterday in those production meetings, nothing comes easy. No easy completions from shots down the field to those checkdowns to the running back. Wanted to make this offense earn everything. They just did. It doesn't take a math major, Kate, to realize how important that field goal was. It's now a 2-score game really late and puts them in the driver's seat to go and finish this thing with the win.
That's going to be taken in at the 8. Return's looking good so far. His return gets him to the 32-yard line before he's taken down. Baltimore running its offense out now. They were only on the field for 3 plays their prior series, Brock. Let's see what changes they make to take over here. Back to throw on 1st and 10. Andrews with the catch. And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down.
That is a textbook first down completion. Sets up second and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
2nd and 4. Wilson's got it. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. They'll throw it. Gets it to him on the screen. And he's going to go down right along the midfield stripe.
As any quarterback will tell you over the course of their career, it's not easy to deliver an accurate throw as you're about to get smacked.
Short pass brought in. And they make the tackle at the 38. Give him 13 on that play. And that'll be first down, Baltimore. New set of downs for him at the 38. They go play action on first. Fits it through the middle. And he'll go down here at the 16. They manage 22 on the rip and a first down.
I love throwing on first down. And when you see a first down pass just like that, it's taking advantage of a matchup you plan for, and you go out and execute.
They'll come up 1st and 10. And this one's stopped at the 3-yard line. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. There they go. It's a pass play. Getting out to his left. And the ground game works for the touchdown. The Ravens make it a 4-point game here in the 4th. Great play by the QB there, Brock. The play broke down. He didn't have much of a choice other than to escape and improvise. And in the end, turned out to be the best call he could have made.
It is such a necessary tool in today's NFL for that QB to put right in his tool belt, Kate. You know, in my day, you could be a blacksmith, right? You just do the job and stay in the pocket. Not anymore. You got to be an artist. And you got to be an artist that can create when things break down. And that's big time to get a touchdown out of it as well.
Ball is set up, and it's away. Just a 3-point game now. Has this at the 6. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Chiefs are being led back out there on offense by their quarterback. And he'll be happy to keep letting it fly as much as he has all game. Look at these numbers. They show just how effective he's been in captaining this offense. The counter give here to Pacheco. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
This goal is pretty clear, Kate. Crash forward, and then crash inside. Set that edge, but if you can come inside and bury that runner before it gets started, all the better.
Offense to the line for 2nd down. Pass play now. Caught quickly on the slant. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. They get 20 yards out of the play and move the chains.
I'm sure coach and play caller doesn't mind making the job a little bit easier. You know, play calling's a lot simpler and easier when you count on the offense to move the chains on those early downs.
Let's see how they attack this first down, Brock, from the 43. Oh, a little movement along the line there. That's going to cost the defense 5 yards.
Encroachment, defense.
Broke the plane before the snap, and that's going to give the offense some free yardage.
Still first down.
Now talk about a golden opportunity at an immediate first down following that encroachment flag. Putting the tight end in motion. First down, he takes the snap. Finds the in route complete. And he's going to get stopped right around the 45-yard line. Call it 7 yards on the play, and that's enough for the first down. That's the 2-minute warning here from Baltimore. Chiefs holding on to a field goal lead. Ball on the 45, 1st and 10. Running out of the gun with Pacheco. And they bring him down around the 34. Now seconds after our 2-minute warning. We've got another pause. Timeout taken by the defense. Here's 1st and 10 from the 34. It's Pacheco again. And he'll be brought down here at the 23-yard line. And right away we get a timeout from the defense. 1:51 to go. Still on the move, coming to the line for 1st and 10. Running right is Pacheco. In the middle holds. They don't get anything on the run. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. 2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Now a handoff for Pacheco. And defenders continue to swarm over to get him at the line. No gain on the play, and they still need 10 now on 3rd down. Looking to throw. Has his man. It's Pacheco. And he's brought down inside the 10 at the 9. That's a gain of 13, and it sets him up with 1st and goal.
This dude just simply got a nose for the marker no matter how they get him the ball, Kate. Hand it to him, and he sniffs out that 1st down. Get it to him on a screen, and it's no different. He surges ahead and keeps this drive moving.
Victory formation here. Looks like they're going to take a knee on 1st down. Your favorite formation, right, Brock? The victory formation here as he takes a knee.
Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
So it's a win for the visiting Chiefs. And this was the type of response you always hope to see after a loss, Brock. Get right back out there and find a way to win the following week. This has been another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. With all our crew here and my broadcast partner, Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. It's a win for the Chiefs as we say so long from Baltimore.
Choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on the It's week 15 of the 2026 season, and we've got CeeDee Lamb. He's going to be a busy man in the passing game. It's the Raiders and the Chargers. All that and more coming up next on EA Sports.
As the sun starts to set, we're going to see how much light is left by the end of this early evening game here on the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks for joining us, football fans. I'm Kate Scott, joined in the booth by my partner, Brock Heward. And this week, Brock, one group coming in off a win. Another on a well-earned bye. So make a very energetic game. I'm wondering if you think one has the advantage of the other.
Well, I'd like to know how every single body feels down there. We don't. My guess is they're all hurting a little bit because once you get past the opener, you're never quite 100%. So I typically will lean with the team coming off a win. You feel good about your...
Going to begin this one is Cameron Dicker. And away we go at Allegiant Stadium. Return starts at the 3. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. So out had the Raiders for their first possession. And leading them out, someone who's still the pride of Wyoming University and Fireball, California. One of the league's best and biggest arms, Josh Allen.
Two numbers that a lot of people were focused on from his performance last week. That would be 3 and 0, as in touchdowns and interceptions. That's a quarterback who was efficient, aggressive in the right spots, but he took great care of the football. And, of course, who cares less about those two numbers?
To the races, NFL! And that is a touchdown! The Raiders take a 6-0 lead right away. It's a Jerry Jeudy touchdown. Almost feel bad for those fans who went to get food before finding their seats here, Brock. While they're waiting in line, got a touchdown on the first play from scrimmage.
And I got a sense a few of them were scooting towards the tunnel to see what the roar was all about.
Yep.
Just like this guy scooted for the explosive touchdown.
Joey Sly on for the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Raiders will jump out to a 7-0 lead. The Raiders kicking team is out there, and they'll boot this away. Darius Davis to return it. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. So now we'll get a look at the other offense as the Chargers take the field. They're led out by the legend over in LSU, the former #1 overall pick in 2020, Joe Burrow.
As you take the field coming off of a real late season bye, you just want to maximize what last week was all about. Making sure that physically, mentally, emotionally you're recharged so you can go attack the final stretch of this season.
Right to the air, Burrow. Nailed in by Baylor. And that's good for a gain of 5. Stopped by Deion Henley. All right, here we go. Second down. Burrow throwing out of the pistol. Pass is hauled in by the running back. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. They have themselves another 1st and 10. They send a tight end in motion. First down, Burrow to throw. Into the hands of, it's on the turf, the ball's out, he lost it. And the Raiders get to it. And they stop him before he gets much on the return.
Yeah, this just can't happen on first down. It really can't. I mean, ball security is a premium on every down, every distance. But on first down, it is especially a killer.
And there's only one team satisfied with theirs. So just like all touchdowns, all turnovers also reviewed, and they want to take another look at this one.
Review.
Yeah, pretty bang-bang play out there. It's tough to see exactly what happened on our first look in real time.
But you know what I like here, and I do appreciate, and these officials are so good at let the play just play itself out before calling it dead. Now all the replays and the camera angles will give us such a better idea of really what happened.
Take that fumble away. The officials overturn the call and say he was down. Burrow setting up the play action. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And he's going to be drugged down, looks like at that 37-yard line. Give him 15 yards on the pickup there. And it brings up an LA first down. To throw again, it's Burrow. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Just couldn't hang on through the contact. So that brings up second down. Out of the shotgun, Burrow. Able to hit Palmer, complete. And he's able to drive this to the 29 before the stop. Third and just 2 to go. Burrow out of the shotgun. Throwing over the middle, but it's incomplete.
I'll tell you this, Kate, they doubled him knowing that was where the pass was likely headed. That's doing it homework. A bit surprising QB still threw it that direction. Well, the defense had that one covered.
Browns kick is up and good. And it's dropped back down now to a 4-point game.
A dependable kicker, man, that is a coach's best friend. Saves him so much stress to have a guy he can really trust to go out and hit it from that distance consistently. Because from that far out, no kick is a guarantee.
Starting from the 5. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. The Raiders send quarterback Josh Allen ready to get back to work now on offense. And on that last drive, Brock, he crossed a notable threshold in passing yards for the season. Always nice when you can reach one of those plateaus to look back on after the year's over. 1st and 10. Here's Allen. This is reeled in by Juwan Jennings. And this is pushed ahead for a gain of 5. That was Asante Samuel Jr. there on the tackle. Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. Operating from the gun, it's Allen. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. It arrived as the ball did to break things up. And it'll be 3rd and 5 coming up. From the shotgun, it's Allen. We'll get this complete to Jennings. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your 3rd downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
To throw again, it's Allen. Cut by Jennings. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. 12 yards on that play and a good call nets him the 1st. Allen gonna throw again. This one caught by C.D. Lamb. And he takes it just inside the 40, down to the 39. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. To the air again, Allen. On target to his back. Here's Christian McCaffrey. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage. They're set up at the 35 now. Again, Allen to the air. Has him on the quick hitter. And he gets him around 6 there. Riley Moss with that tackle. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. From the 29. This ball's caught by McCaffrey. And he finds space for about a 3-yard gain. Riley Moss with that tackle. 3rd down, 1 yard to go. On 3rd and short, McCaffrey escapes a defender. And they got him down near the red zone at the 22. It's a gain of 4 there. And that's a Vegas 1st down. An early jump of the flags come in. I think this is going to go against the defense. Thought he had the timing down and could make the play, but just a hair too early.
Still 1st down.
Encroachment on that previous play, and that makes this a much shorter 1st and 5. From the red zone now. This is complete to Schultz. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. We're a quarter of the way through on this chilly winter afternoon. Neither side separating much so far. We'll return to Allegiant Stadium right after this. We're back and excited to start this 2nd quarter. You excited? We're excited. Raiders in a nice spot here to put up some points. Working from the gun, it's Allen. Has it down close. And this one's stopped at the 3-yard line.
Well, that's a modest little drag route, but if you ever just need a safe, short gain on the throw, that's a go-to route to target.
Back to throw now, Allen. And what a risk, but he can't hang on. No interception, but nearly a turnover in the end zone. Buckle up, it's 3rd and goal. Shotgun snap, looking to throw. Has it in close. And the defense was ready. They got him at the line.
Those kind of completions are so frustrating, Kate. It's like a putt. You got it on line, you feel good about it's going in the hole, but you never want to leave it short.
Up and good from Joseph. And 3 to their lead as it extends to 7.
That's the type of long, sustained drive that takes some of the starch out of your opponent. The only negative is that the kicking team was out there for a field goal and not an extra point. But they do come away with 3.
Return coming from the 6. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Chargers and their running back about to get back to work. And you can see with the stats there, such a weapon for this offense to utilize week in, week out. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Quick throw, right side, complete to start this drive. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. The give now out of the shotgun. And he'll get it up to the 38-yard line before going down. It's a gain of 4. And the Chargers will have a first. They put a receiver in motion here left. On 1st down, here's Burrow. He's on the move. He's on the move. And he wisely avoids contact, sliding down there. And that played good enough for a first. It's a 26-yard pickup there. And it brings up an LA 1st down.
You know, Kate, back in the day, we had a slip and slide at practice for moments just like that. Actually practicing how to slide and get out of harm's way. Nice gain on the play. And denied that defense yet another chance to take a shot on him.
1st down, ball at the 36. Burrow from the gun. Finds him over the middle. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They pick up 20 yards there. And the Chargers will have a first. Working inside the red zone. Got a man, it's Mayer. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on 1st down or opens up the entirety of the playbook for 2nd down. On 3rd and short in your back pocket and get even more aggressive and take that shot.
And that play is brought to a halt, so you're going to say at the 5-yard line. This offense in position now. It's 1st and goal. Out of the shotgun, Burrow has it in close. And the defense waiting for him at the line, and he goes down. They'll try again from the 4. It's 2nd and goal. Burrow out of the shotgun. Escapes the pocket. And they take this in for the score. The Chargers can tie it up in the 2nd after cutting into the lead. Joe Burrow with the touchdown. Just a great effort there from him, Brock, to take it upon himself, embrace the initiative, and turn that drive into 6.
You know, Kate, there was a day when you were watching Steve Young or Randall Cunningham, and that felt like a bonus touchdown. But that's not today. It feels like every quarterback's got to be able to score, be a dual threat on the ground. It's part of an offense every single team relies upon.
That one right down the middle. And the Chargers tie things 10-10. Dicker all lined up and ready to boot it away. Has this at the 6. Good return here, and he's got room. So good work on that return. Brock gets this up to the 33. The Vegas offense getting set for another drive now. And the last drive did end in points. Not as many as they wanted, though. They had to settle for that field goal despite advancing the football pretty well. Play action now. Allen. Flushed out of the... And they get to him as he was trying to make something happen. And the big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up.
Yeah, this is a time where offensively you got to regroup. You got to get in that huddle. You know, and quarterback is the most important leadership position. Everyone's looking at you. And as a QB, after taking a sack like that, golly, you got to flush it, instill some confidence, and move this ball forward.
Let's see what they dial up on a second and very long. Trying again, following the set. Completed over the middle. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31. This drive in some serious trouble. It's 3rd and 12. Blitz coming here. Allen. Middle of the field, taken in by Judy. And they're going to bring him down just as we've come up to the 2-minute warning. From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. Pressure coming, it's Allen. Finding Judy. And they can't jump to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. They get 22 on that one. And that's good for Raiders 1st.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only one? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
Allen gonna throw again. Got a man. McCaffrey has it. And they haul him down just a foot or two shy of the red zone. They gain 14 on the play. And that's a Vegas 1st down. To throw again, it's Allen. Short pass brought in. And he's able to get this down to the 13. And now the Raiders call for the first of their timeouts. To the air again, Allen. He's on the move. Fights off the tackle, but he lost the ball. He left the ball behind. And it's scooped up by the Chargers. Well, where one defender failed, Brock, another succeeded. He shook free of that first tackle, but the next guy not only made that hit, but knocked it loose as well.
Okay, as we saw when he broke that first tackle, he can absorb a shot, right? He's got great, what they call contact balance to absorb it and keep going. But that second hit, well, that drove the ball free and leads to this takeaway.
They're out and set, 1st and 10. Throwing now, following the turnover. Builds up this one off to his running back, complete. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. Timeout call by the Chargers, they're 1st. 1st and 10 now, here's Burrow. Has him on the quick hitter. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. LA uses a timeout here. It's 2nd. From the 39. Complete out to the right side. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot. To throw again, it's Burrow. Fits it through the middle. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. From the red zone now. It's time to get there, and they drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up. We've arrived at the break, and what a second half we're in store for. It's tied at 10 after 2. Now it's time we checked in around the league. Here's Jonathan Coachman with the EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. More from you and Brock in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll get started out in Denver, where you see the final score there. Desmond Ridder leading the way with a couple of touchdown passes in the victory. From there, let's head cross-country, just outside D.C., to check out the Commanders at home in Landover. And they were losers in that one to the visiting Houston Texans. Davis Mills, 5 touchdown passes, leading his guys to the victory. Finally, let's get up to the place they call Titletown, Green Bay, Wisconsin, to see what's happening with the Packers. And they were losers in that game as they fall to the visiting Detroit Lions. Lamar Jackson leading the way in the victory with 3 touchdown passes. We thought this one would be a close battle coming in, and we have not been disappointed. They're all even to this point. This has the feeling of a game that could go right down to the wire. One mistake or one big play could turn out to be the difference.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the third quarter. Returning it from the 4. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Los Angeles getting its offense set to go to begin the third. And they can take control of the second half early, Brock, if they break the tie on this opening drive. First down, Burrow to throw. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
Well, if they were concerned about losing yards, running it on first down, it just happened anyway. Not many passes into the loss. Hopefully they got a little more aggressive strategy coming here on second down.
Back-to-back carries here. He's going to snag a couple of yards charging up the guts. Trayvon Merrick there for the stop. Driving tire straights. It's third and 9. Looking to throw, Burrow. This ball's caught by Palmer. And he's down after getting this up to the 41. Now after making that catch, we see he's shaken up. Trainers heading out to take a look. First and 10 from the 41. Burrow from the gun. Into the hands of Likely. And defenders arriving in support to finish him off at the line. Second and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Burrow. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. No connection on the last play, and out third down. Burrow back to throw. It's completed right side. He goes the distance. Touchdown, LA! The Chargers take the lead right away in half number 2. So no mistaking that play call, Brock. They send everybody on deep goes, and it winds up paying off. What a play.
And you'd think on the other side, defensively, they'd be ready for this. But this is truly a breakdown in the secondary. They're just not able to make a play on the ball in the air. And the end result, as you said, a big play and a touchdown.
Dicker on now for the PAT. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Chargers break that tie and now lead by 7. Dicker all lined up and ready to boot it away. Return coming from the 6. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. The Raiders and wide receiver Jerry Jeudy getting set for their next drive. Drive starts out with a first and 10. They'll look to knot up this game right now as they trail 17-10. It's taken in by Lamb. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. Options are open here. It's second and inches. From the shotgun, it's Allen. This ball's cut by McCaffrey. That's a short gain of 1. And that's good for a Raiders first. Looking from the gun, it's Allen. Escapes the pocket. Avoids some trouble there. He's keeping it. And as they bring him down, let's check the penalty flag.
Holding offense.
Would have liked to have kept that big play, but the officials and penalties say no. It's got to come back. Operating from the gun, it's Allen. That's brought in by Jennings. And he pushes it up across the 30 before going out. Everyone's prepped. It's second down now. Shotgun, handoff to McCaffrey. And it's a nice game, but still not enough for the first.
So much to like about that run, Kate, particularly what he was able to get out of it. The defense, I think, feels a little fortunate they were able to track him down before an even bigger run and crossing that first down marker.
He's on the move. He'll make a big foot on the ground. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the first down.
As long as these are the results he's getting, they're going to be just fine with him calling his own number. He does such a good job of seeing the field and knowing when it's his time to take it himself.
First down throw for Allen. Bails out of the pocket quick. He's calling his own number again. And it's almost ended worse, but he gets a yard out of it. Brought down on the effort by Derwin James. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Allen looking to throw. Finding Judy. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown. The Raiders start the second half with some needed points. It's a Jerry Judy touchdown. His second scoring catch of the game. So sensational work by the skill man there, Brock. Anytime you can make your quarterback look that good, you know he appreciates it.
That's a quarterback's best friend, no question. But on the other side, gosh, defensively, you got to get that skill player down. Period, end of story. You can't give up that much yards after catch.
The Raiders kicking team is out there, and they'll boot this away. Kickoff taken at the 3. And this drive will start inside the 25. The Chargers and Joe Burrow all set to take over. And he has continued to own this defense and keep on throwing that football, partner, making this performance one that he's going to remember. But as you like to say, the defense would probably rather forget. Thrown back in the backfield, and he gets the handoff. And they'll manage to contain him after about a 6-yard pickup. Stopped by Deion Henley. And it's 6 on the play, bringing up 2nd and 4. Receiver in motion, headed right. Burrow out of the shotgun. This finds Likely. He's contained at the line for no gain. Trayvon Merrick there for the stop. The Raiders go a nickel on this 3rd down. Out of the shotgun, Burrow. Makes the grab in bounds left side. It's a 21-yard gain. And it brings up an LA first down.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips and cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
1st and 10 from a yard shy of midfield. Sending the tight end in motion left. There's a give up the middle. Making defenders pay for trying to tackle him. And he's going to have this one down to the 43 on a good run. It's an 8-yard pickup, and they're going to have 2nd and 2 next. From the 43. Looking underneath, and the back brings it in. And he's going to be brought down at the 23-yard line. A 19-yard pickup, and that's going to move the chains.
Year after year, the best offenses are multifaceted. It's not just the receivers or the tight ends that can make plays through the air. When you get running backs that can attack the middle of the field like that, man, is it difficult on the defense.
We're still tied through 3 here. Neither defense has given an inch in this one. This game remains tied after 3, so we'll decide things right here in the 4th quarter. They're now set for 1st and 10. Burrow setting up the play action. He doesn't hold it up. They're able to drop it. play drives them backwards. Second down coming up.
You're going to go play action, Kate. You've got to sell, sell, sell. If you don't convince that defense you're running it, or if it's a situation where you never run the ball, you really do leave your quarterback dead in the water, vulnerable against a defense who will storm right past that fake and right into that pocket.
They get 6 on the run, and that sets up 3rd and 10 for them. Now Burrow. On the move, headed up. This time they make it there, and they drop it. And the defense comes through to back them up ahead of 4th down.
Final quarter, this quarterback's just feeling the need to do a little extra, try to make something happen outside the pocket. The problem? Defense wouldn't let them. They have that same kind of urgency. They want to make some plays of their own before they hit the showers. They got one right there with that sack.
Big try coming up here for Cameron Dicker. Ball on the right hash, 48 yards out. Tracking for it, and it's good! And they take the lead in the 4th quarter.
That field goal gives them the lead for the moment, Kate, but you don't feel comfortable when you look up at that scoreboard. This one is over, and that lead certainly isn't safe.
Has this at the 6. They'll have decent field position to begin with here. He's tackled just beyond that 30-yard line. The Raiders headed back out on offense. Their quarterback returning to the field now. And this is some quality film review right here. Look at this. Couple of touchdowns. Good amount of yards, too. He's been moving them down the field like only he can. Putting together quite the game for himself in the process. They've got first down from the 31. Back to throw now, Allen. Finds the in route complete. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. He picks up 15 on the play. And that's a Vegas first down. Great start to the drive. They're up in the neighborhood of midfield after just one play. Finds him over the middle. And he's taken down directly on that 43-yard line. A new set of downs forthcoming. It's 1st and 10. Throwing here, Allen. Hauled in by Lamb, right side. And they're going to haul him down a step before the 30, right at the 31. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12. They've got first down from the 31. To throw again, it's Allen. Flushed out of the pocket. Oh, look at this, here he goes. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
You know, these are the type of plays that really get an offense going. This is a chance for QB to inspire the guys around him. Calling his own number, carrying his teammates to a first down on that big run. That inflates an offense, and it can suck the wind out of that defense.
They'll keep this drive moving and come to the line for 1st and 10. From the red zone now. The throw is caught. And he has it down to the 8-yard line on the play.
Sometimes when you're just looking to move it forward, get some small yards on the throw, quarterback's best friend, security blanket. And when it's a big old tight end, that's an extra bonus.
Throwing quickly, but it's incomplete.
That play right there, Kate, that just goes to show you, you can't take any completion for granted. Even some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
Looking to throw. And this will be a Las Vegas touchdown. The Raiders take a 4th quarter lead. Well, they definitely wanted to get that one out quick, Brock. They did just that, and it ends in 6.
We hear it all the time, but it is so true, Kate. This is a game about matchups. And when you see a throw that quick, it really was determined pre-snap. It was great design and tremendous execution.
A chance to take their lead beyond a field goal on this point after. The point after splits the uprights. And the Raiders take a 4-point lead. kicking team is out there, and they'll boot this away. This one's fielded at the 40-yard line. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. The Charger offense making its way to the field. They find themselves down here in the fourth after that touchdown. This game could end up depending on how they respond right here. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Palmer coming in motion left. 1st down, Burrow to throw. Escapes the pocket. He's going to pull this one down and run with it.
You know, Kate, they always say that QB clock, you know what it's more like? It's more like an alarm. Especially in a situation like that. It's a good thing you woke up to it, able to make something out of nothing, and at least keep them moving forward.
Able to hit Palmer, complete. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. That's 16 on the pickup. And the Chargers will have a first.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
They've got 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning left for them. We've got 1st and 10. Burrow from the gun. Taken in by Likely. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. We're down to the 2-minute warning here in Vegas. Chargers losing by 4. Let's see what they want to do here, partner. It's 2nd and inches. From the 48. That one's complete, right side. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage. Back to throw. Into the hands of Likely. And not much doing. He stopped quickly. Chargers hurrying to the line as the seconds tick away. Has him on the quick hitter. And they bring him down around the 34. Chargers hurrying to the line as the seconds tick away. Complete beyond the marker. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Timeout call by the Chargers. They're first. Here he is to throw. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be 2nd down. He'll look to throw it. He's got Quentin Johnson complete. And he stopped just before he reaches the red zone at the 21. Here he is to throw. Can't find anyone open. He's forced to throw it away.
That is a DB's best friend, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
Desperation time here on 4th. He's got it to his running back. And he goes out approaching that 10-yard line. That's a gain of 10, and staring at a turnover on downs. Broccoli pick up the first instead. Setting up to pass. And he makes the catch. Did he get both feet in? No. Oh, so close to 6. Incomplete. So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. To throw again, it's Burrow. He brings it in. He almost gets to the 5. He goes out at the 6.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
Throwing now. Buys time, rolling. And he's in, and that's a touchdown. And with almost no time left, he just likely won them this game. Absolutely clutch score there, Brock, as they take the lead here in the final minutes.
Incredible execution. The moment not too big for any of them. And, Kate, they cashed in when it really mattered.
That one splits the uprights. And the Chargers push their lead to 3. Dicker all lined up and ready to boot it away. He'll bring it out from a couple yards deep. Only manages to get this back to the 20 before he's taken down. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Allen. Got Lamb, and it's complete. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. Now a timeout, and there may be time for 2 plays here, Brock, but a quick short one does him no good. They got to go for broke here. Try and push it deep downfield. And this ball's incomplete with just 2 seconds remaining. Couldn't connect on first. It's 2nd down. One final shot here. And this one falls incomplete. No miracles on the final drive today. This game is over. So the Chargers take this one on the road. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with the victory. So for Brock Eward, our incredible crew, everybody here at EA Sports, I'm Kate Scott signing off. We'll see you next time. It's a win for the Chargers as we bid you farewell from Las Vegas.
Choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on the left to edit. It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And up next, we'll see Trey McBride. He's been a target machine each week, 5th in the league in receptions. It's the 49ers and the Giants.
It's the National Football League presented by EA Sports. Hi again, everyone. Brandon Gaudin alongside Charles Davis. And Charles, you take a look at these 49ers as they interplay here. They come in on a pretty good roll here, winners of 3 straight. On the other side of the field for the visiting Giants, it's late in the year. We all know it. We've seen the calendar for these guys. Their bodies could probably use a break, but they have to push on.
And they're really not as worried about that as maybe we think. They know they've got the entire offseason to rest. All they care about is the game in front of them and finishing strong.
The ball on the tee. We're set for football. And we are underway from Santa Clara. Oh, good return up past the 30. So here's the first drive now for the 49ers. And at quarterback from the University of Oregon, it's Justin Herbert.
Well, in prep for this one, it was fun talking with the defensive staff because they had to review last week's game tapes where he threw for over 400 yards. And they started ho-humming that performance. And finally, you said he threw for over 400. That's got to be significant. That's why he won the NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
They better be careful what they wish for, ho-humming. He might do it again here in this one.
And he'll get a few yards here to the 34.
Give credit to the defense for stringing that play out, and they gave up no cutback angle. You know he was trying to dart through. No place for him to go. A nice job there, only giving up a 3-yard gain.
Finding his target, it's Trey McBride. And he'll be stopped right at midfield. It'll go as a first down for San Francisco on a pickup of 16. A first carry now for Nick Chubb. And he takes it across midfield to the 45. He'll get a nice chunk there on the first down run, and it's 2nd and 4. Out of the gun, here's a give to Achane. They got half of what he needed there, 2 yards, and it'll bring up a 3rd and 2 more. They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. A play fake, and now Herbert to throw. He'll fire this deep for Ayuk. And it's intercepted at the goal line. And the Giants are going to take possession of the football as they force the turnover on the opening drive.
I really don't think you can fault the decision-making here because your offense and quarterback, they really had a big week last week, and you're ready for them to go again here. Not the anticipated result, of course, but you definitely understand why they did what they did. That quarterback's been hot. You want to keep the ball in his hands and see if he can keep the magic going.
So now here are the Giants as they'll get their first opportunity here. And they'll be led out by their 3rd-year quarterback.
I tell you what, when he is on schedule for that week, secondaries take notice because you've got to stay alert back there on every snap. A truly powerful arm, one that's capable of challenging any level of the defense on any given play. That's why so many scouts preach arm talent when preparing for the NFL draft. A quarterback with arm strength to make every throw in the book, he's an asset to have in any offense.
Good coverage downfield led to him taking off, picking up the first down on a 13-yard run.
That's the first time he's called his own number, but he's got to be overjoyed with the results. He wasn't just going to settle for a modest gain. To me, he was determined to come through with a big message to a defense that slept.
And he coughed it up.
Much like a running back going through the line, quarterbacks have to be aware of protecting the football as well. He left it exposed that time, wound up having it knocked free, but fortunately, had an alert teammate who was able to get it.
Straight ahead, here's Tracy. Nowhere to go that time. He maybe got a yard up to the 40. Here is 3rd down and 4. In motion left here, one of their tight ends. Out of the gun now on 3rd down. A short one there taken in by Ferguson. And he will have a Giants first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
And that's well executed there on 3rd down. And I love the confidence that they had to let their tight end try and find some space in the middle of the field, right in their quarterback's line of vision. And QBs love to make that easy throw, and they hooked up there for a first down.
So from inside Niner territory now, this is 1st and 10 at the 48-yard line. And he's going to take this ahead for right around 3 yards, but no more than that. 2nd down. They'll set up a throw. Quick hitter here, it's complete. A gain of 3 last play. This time they double it and pick up 6. Really been an ideal start for them. They get the turnover on the opening possession. Now here they are moving the ball straight down the field on their first drive.
And that feels good, but you know on their side of the field all they're thinking is finish this drive off because they took it away, right? So now you got them back on their heels a little bit. Now go down, put a touchdown on them. Look out. You've won the mental battle early in the game, and that may carry over for you.
Boy, you know, some plays you can just sort of tell they're not going to work from the start, and that was one of them right there.
Yeah, I mean, he had every option taken away, and so all that was left for him to do was to try and keep it himself, but even he knew that he had nowhere to go.
The Niners offense and their quarterback coming out for their second drive. And the numbers have looked good this season. Case in point right here. He is up there among the NFL leaders in TD passes.
Let's go old school there. That's absolutely a great coffin corner punt. Someone's put some time in working on that, hasn't it?
Seems like every year these guys get better and better. It's amazing how they can command that football through the air.
Yeah, they used to actually practice with hula hoops where they place them and try and put them there. Now a lot of guys use barrels on the sidelines to try and put the football in one.
Thanks to that last play, a little more room to operate. 1st and 10 at the 18. Herbert. And the giant rush gets home as down he goes. A well-designed corner blitz that gets him for a loss of 8 yards. They were able to win last week despite him being sacked 4 times. They might need to tighten the reins a little bit, or this one may not end in another victory.
You're right about that. They can't count on just winning the game no matter what happens. They can't let the accumulation of hits and harassment in the pocket get to their quarterback. Got to stop that. Give him clean lanes to throw the football in order to have a better chance to win again this week.
And he'll take this one only up to about his 13-yard line. Call it a 3-yard gain, but they'll be forced into a 3rd and 15 coming up.
A tall task ahead of him here, needing a full 15 yards to move the chains. Throw left side, hauled in by McBride.
And he takes us beyond the 35 before going out of bounds. Boy, a nice play there as they wind up converting on 3rd and 15. Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10.
A run straight ahead with Achane. Knifes his way forward here, but just 3 yards on the play. 2nd down.
We're scoreless after 1. The 49ers with the football here to begin the 2nd quarter.
They'll come up 2nd and 7.
As they've got it as we resume action. Back to throw here, Herbert. Quick slant, caught by Moore. Give him a gain of 5 on the completion. And it makes it 3rd down and 2 yards to go. Herbert now.
A short one here, caught by McBride.
And he will be very close to a 1st down, but I see the closed fist of the referee, and that means 4th down.
If this were baseball, we'd call this small ball. Instead of pushing it downfield, they throw a short pass trying to pick up the 1st down, but the defense rallies to the football and stops him short, bringing up a 4th down.
And this will be out of bounds. Now it's a question of where they'll mark it, and they'll say it crosses at the 11-yard line. So the Giants getting the football back here for their 2nd drive as we grind toward the end of the season here, and they haven't had the season that they had hoped. So let me ask you to play GM. Where might they look to make some changes?
I think when you look into the upcoming draft, think hard about them drafting multiple offensive linemen. They've got to get stouter up front. And as a GM always tells me, Charles, this is a big boy league, and big people always end up winning games for you.
Here's a 2nd and 7. Now they set up the screen. That's complete. A strong running. And he'll go down just shy of the 25 at the 24-yard line. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a 1st down.
Here's a handoff out of the gun. That's to about the 28. 2nd down coming up.
I feel like I could see what he was thinking on that carry. Wanted to follow that big tackle through the hole. Ended up only getting 4 yards on the carry. I think he had designs on that one being bigger.
And he's going to be met at the line of scrimmage and taken down. No gain on the play, and it's going to bring up a 3rd down.
So 7 yards from the 1st down here as they come up to the line of scrimmage.
They'll bring the tight end in motion right. On 3rd down, he'll drop to throw.
A short one there taken in by Ferguson.
And he will have a 1st down as they get him to the ground at the 37. 9 yards that time.
That was a route run not just with dexterity, but with intelligence. Found the hole in the zone, made sure the quarterback saw him, and was able to make the sure catch and flip the down marker back to 1.
Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. And this will be incomplete. Physical play on the football there, and it's 2nd down. And they'll send the slot in motion left.
He'll get an opportunity with it on the touch pass. Oh, this one, he may need to go back to the drawing board. He's going to be swallowed up right away.
The Giants on 3rd down. They've been okay, 2 for 3 thus far. This is 3rd and 7. The tight end in motion right. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw.
Pass taken in by his big tight end.
And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory. And they've got another 1st and 10 as the penalty keeps this drive moving.
From the gun, they'll try to run it.
5 yards on the carry. Good pickup on 1st down.
That's a strong pickup right there on 1st down. And as this drive goes on, we're seeing an offensive line and running game imposing its will.
On 2nd down, here's the option.
And he'll be brought down at about the 42. Only a yard there on the keeper, and that's going to leave him with a 3rd down.
In search of 4 yards here to pick up the 1st down.
Off the play fake, he'll look to throw.
That's complete to Dell.
And he will have a 1st down as they get him to the ground at the 37. First connection there of the afternoon for those two, and it's good for a 1st down.
2nd quarter, 2 minutes to go. Tie ball game.
We remind you that coming up in 2 minutes' time, we'll hand you off to Orlando, where Jonathan Coachman will have highlights and analysis of this first half of action. They'll look to throw now on 1st down. And a quick throw here, that's complete. And just 3 yards on the catch there. He couldn't get away. And that'll bring up 2nd down. False start's going to push him back, but these days, how hard must it be to be an offensive lineman?
It's very hard, Brandon. You've got defensive linemen flinching, trying to draw you off sides. You've got the loud crowds, and there are just so many super athletic players on defense now that you have to deal with each week. But through it all, these guys just sit in there for 4 quarters and slug it out.
In motion left goes Sutton.
Here's a play fake as they set up to throw.
The throw left sideline falls incomplete.
I think he had to unload that one before he wanted to. He was right up in his grill. I think he was a dentist there without a license, don't you?
Just not enough time for the play to develop. Just lucky it wasn't a fumble, really. Forced out to his left. The 49ers now going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. And this will split the uprights. It's right down the middle.
So he's been automatic to this point of the season, and he connects on the field goal there.
And what a luxury it is to have a kicker you can depend upon, partner, because he hasn't missed all year long. Converts on that one as well. And kudos to you. You didn't jinx him.
And the tackle going to be made right there at the 25-yard line. The Niners offense and Justin Herbert getting set for this next drive. And he's done everything you could have asked for coming in. He's spread it around. He hasn't taken many chances. And he's potentially on his way to a big game throwing the football.
Now Herbert with it, looking to pass. Oh, he's got a man wide open, complete. Now San Francisco going to call their second timeout as they'll stop it with just over a minute to go before halftime. Now it's Herbert, and he can't get away from the pressure. The Giants get there. And they need to work to at least get some of this yardage back after the sack. 2nd and 19.
He's got this downfield to McBride.
And they will finally catch him, but not before he gets it to the 11. A big play there just before halftime, and even 50 yards.
And the offense is saying to itself right now, only they were all this easy because he was wide open. And once he made the catch, plenty of room to work his way downfield. That was a breakdown on the defensive side of the ball, one that they want to fix immediately.
That is caught at the 7-yard line. And he's going to take it in. Touchdown, San Francisco. A great effort there as the first half is winding down. And the 49ers have taken the lead here in the final stages of this first half. Jake Moody now for the point after. And this is up and good to make it 7-3. Just a 4-play drive that time. And it's polished off by a touchdown for San Francisco. So not much time to speak of remaining in this first half as the kick's away. And not wanting to risk anything here late in the half, he'll just take a knee and they'll bring the football out to the 25. The Giants offense at the line, ready to begin their next drive. They'll indeed start on the ground to run that clock. And defensively, they're just looking to keep him contained as they're able to get him down. So we've reached intermission here in a low-scoring game. 7-3 is our score. As we'll send you back over to Orlando with our EA Sports Halftime Report, here's Jonathan Coachman.
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. More from you and Charles in a bit. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here in the late window. We'll get started down at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. And that's been a back-and-forth game, all tied in the second quarter. From there, let's head off and check out a second game. And they were losers in that one to the visiting Houston Texans. Davis Mills, 5 touchdown passes, leading his guys to the victory. Finally, let's get to the desert to check on the Cardinals at home in Glendale. And they were winners in that one as they defeat the visiting Seattle Seahawks. Trey Benson, a touchdown run in the victory. We're accustomed to seeing strong quarterback play. We got that in the first half from Justin Herbert. He has a touchdown pass, and that amounted to the only touchdown of the game for either team thus far.
And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. Here's the Giants offense now getting set to start the third quarter. Well, out of the locker rooms here they come. Their first drive of the third quarter. And, Charles, they're trailing in this ball game, but we got a tight one set up to be a very entertaining second half.
And as we know, partner, in the NFL, there's trailing and there's trailing, right? Sometimes you're discouraged by how much you're down, but in this case, this is a tight ball game, so there's a sense of optimism here. I think they went in at the half and looked at their play sheet and said, these are the plays we really like. What do you say we use them to start the second half and get us going?
Tracy going to get it on first down. And he is going to lose yardage here.
Holding offense.
So following the hold, they're in a bit of a hole here with a 1st and 20. He'll look to throw. A short one there taken in by Ferguson. The result, only 4 yards there on the play, and that'll make it second down. From the gun, he'll hand this off. And again, the run defense stout this time. He maybe gets back to the line of scrimmage, but no more. How to approach this. 3rd down and 16 yards to go. They'll look to throw. Oh, this will be incomplete. The rush gets home just as he was letting that go. That could have been worse. Instead, it's 4th down. And the Giants send out their punter now as he'll punt it away for the second time. And a
a fair catch called for and made just outside the 15-yard line.
Trey McBride and the rest of this offense headed back out now.
You look at the numbers for him, and 1,000 yards obviously well within his sights, barring injury. He will get there. The question, will he get there in this game?
Well, he would love to. Duh, right? Of course he would. But, you know, watching him play this year, we often talk about defenses, you know, allocating extra resources to try and stop a guy of his ilk, right? But you know what else kicks in? His pride to say, okay, I don't care how many you throw in my direction, I'm still going to find a way to get open. I will use different moves. I will move against formation. I will come underneath routes and try and run through some people and kind of get natural picks in order to work his way open. He wants to get that 1,000, and he doesn't want any less passes to come to his direction.
Now Achane on 1st and 10. And he finds a little bit of room, enough for 4 yards. It'll be 2nd down.
Well, they're hoping that the second half is better for him than the first half. They've got to find a way to get him going. He's a big part of their offense.
Right back to Achane on 2nd down. And he'll get about 3 up close to the 35.
I'd say they've got to find a way to get him going. He's such a big part of their offense. I wonder if they might throw it a little and come back to the run.
Anything, because you're right. He's pretty much been completely neutralized.
They'll run for it with Achane. And, boy, he is very close to a first down, but from where they're spotting that football, he's going to be a foot or so short.
Now, they struggled to get him rolling on the ground in the first half, and that's sort of continuing here in the third quarter.
Yeah, but I don't think it's time to abandon the running game. I would say keep feeding the horse, and I believe he'll eventually reward them, especially as we get deeper in the game.
Here comes the 49ers punter now, as he'll kick it away for the second time.
On the return is Jones.
It's a 41-yard punt, but just a net of 31 following the run back. And it'll be Giant football 1st and 10. New York set to take the field. And with the way this offense has played thus far, to be frank, they got to feel pretty grateful to be in the ball game.
I would agree with you totally, because they've done all of nothing offensively in this game, yet they still find themselves in a position on this drive where a touchdown can give them the lead. They need to take advantage of it.
Well, they're still looking for that first touchdown here in the third quarter. All they have so far, the field goal.
Quay Walker able to record his 5th sack of the season.
After the sack, it's 2nd and 19, and the road gets a bit tougher from here. They'll try and run this one right up the gut. And the window closes quickly. He'll only get up to the 22-yard line.
They need 18 yards here on 3rd down.
They'll drop to throw. And he slides and covers up at the end as he's going to be able to pick up decent yardage. Pretty solid gain of 7 yards that time as he scrambled, but now they face a 4th down.
Nice call on defense, rolling out the nickel package for that big 3rd down play, and they did an excellent job locking down coverage and forcing him to try and run for it, and he doesn't get there, which brings up a big 4th down call.
Now on 4th down, on is the punt team sending this one away. It'll be a 44-yard punt, 6 on the return. And the Niners will go on offense, 1st and 10.
Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive.
And they've got the lead here getting late into the third quarter. And the passing game for them, it's been terrific. We've seen that, but the rushing game almost non-existent.
And with the lead and trying to finish this game off, they need the running game to come back to life. They need to get sparked that way, take some time off the clock, and keep the ball away from their opponents.
A good pickup there, 21 yards. On 1st down, they'll run with Chubb. And he'll get it inside the 40 to the 39.
Now, that was an excellent run. And when you see that happen, that's when you're seeing guys doing their job and then some people doing a little bit more. Offensive linemen and tight ends, they're expected to block. But the wide receivers, all they want to do is catch passes. So when they block on a big-time running play and create extra space, you've kind of hit the jackpot there.
On first down, back to Achane. Dancing away at the 30. And he'll be taken down after a decent gain, and that will bring us to the end of this third quarter of play. We're off to the fourth quarter here in Week 15. Happy holidays to all. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now here in Santa Clara. It's 49er football here. They've got the lead as well as we get set to start the fourth and final quarter. Justin Herbert looking to pass. That ball caught. Brandon Ayuk. And they move this all the way down to the 9. And a nice gain of 21 yards.
These guys certainly are not hiding what their intention is. They're absolutely showing it. They're definitely not going to sit on this lead here in the fourth quarter.
So first and goal, 6 points here would go a long way toward wrapping this one up. Laundry on the field. This is going to be a false start on the offense.
Sometimes you have to slow things down a little bit when things get heated. The cadence has to be slow and deliberate at times to make sure your team's ready to go.
And they'll try again here, first and goal after the false start. Running right, here's Achane. He's going to get 4 out of this as he's down to the 10-yard line.
Not a run that you're going to write home about, but still a good first down run. That's what an offense calls staying on schedule. 3 to 4 yards on first down, you're set up very well for the rest of the drive.
They'll fake it on the jet sweep, and instead a handoff up the middle. And from the 9, they get this to the 5-yard line. 2 straight shots on the ground. Now on third, do you go to the air?
I think the possibility exists, and if you're doing it, you're probably going play action since you ran it twice. But I often think that second down is a time.
That'll be caught by Ayuk. Touchdown 49ers. Brandon Ayuk, his 9th touchdown of the season. And the Niners are about to make it 4 straight as they add to this fourth quarter advantage. But that makes this a 2-score ball game. And, you know, the way this thing has been going, Charles, 2 scores kind of feels like 3 or 4 scores.
Yeah, that's a great observation. It's been a heck of a battle, hasn't it? And points have been at a premium throughout this game. So you have to wonder, is this going to be too much for them to overcome?
Moody good with the extra point. And that pushes the lead up to 11. So after the made field goal by Moody, he's back out to kick this one away. And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. And New York set to take the field. And the script really is flipped for them. The momentum on the other sideline, and now they have to try and battle back from a 2-score deficit. They'll start with a run by Tracy, and he'll scratch out a yard up to the 30, and that's all. Now 2nd and 9. He'll look to throw. A short one there taken in by Ferguson. And that's good for a gain of 6. And now that sets up 3rd and 2. And they'll let their fullback try and push the pile. And they needed 2. They could only get 1. 4th down.
Let's give credit to the defense. They got plenty of bodies to the point of attack and stuffed the run. But I just wonder if the offensive line let down a little bit, knowing that the big guy was getting the ball, and they just expected him to pick up a first.
And they're indeed going to go for it here on 4th down. So trailing here in the last quarter. Let's see how this plays out. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Now back to throw. Now he'll dump it underneath to his running back, complete. And he'll be taken down, but not before he works it past the 50. Clock running, under 4 to play now as they come up on 1st and 10. Now he'll dump it underneath to his running back, complete. And this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on first down. He finds his man, complete. That's Ferguson. Now following the completion, we're going to get a stoppage here for an injury. The medical staff will attend to him, and we will step aside. They go play action here on first down. He's going to hit his man out of the backfield, complete. From the 32-yard line now, here's second down at 7. A short one there, taken in by Ferguson. Short completion, just 4 yards. And now we've got a third down and 3. He's got his target. That's complete. And he will have a Giants first down as they're able to get the third down conversion. Again, he'll drop to throw. Johnson's got it complete. And able to get this down inside the 15, either the 13 or 14 before he's out of bounds. Here comes second down at 5. And the slot man goes in motion left. And they'll run on the inside handoff. And the reinforcements come in as they're going to stop him behind the line. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. And that is incomplete. And the pressure there on third down, forcing the errant pass. Fourth down coming up. So the Giants now are going to turn it over to their field goal unit. This from 32 yards away. And this one is right through. And a second field goal here cuts their deficit to 14-6 now. So you knew one way or another that they needed the 2 scores. They get the easy one out of the way. Now they'll get the ball back, hopefully.
Yeah, and the question is, how do you accomplish that? Do you onside kick it? Or since you have all 3 timeouts, do you kick it deep? To me, I'm playing field position. With all 3 timeouts, I kick it deep and try and pin them back there.
The 49ers offense and their quarterback headed out for this next possession. And as we show you some of the highlights from earlier, he has been instrumental in getting his guys the lead as he looks to finish strong and close this one out. The San Francisco offense ready to start their next drive. And this game not quite over yet. And we'll likely see them take all 3 timeouts defensively, so they can't just kneel this one out. They're going to have to try to run a few plays.
You're exactly right. They've got to get a first down and make them use up all their timeouts in order to feel like they have this one in hand.
He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball. And he'll have it past midfield almost to the 40 before being taken down. Now the Giants will use the second of their 3 timeouts. And they'll be disappointed to have to burn one there after giving up the first down. Achane here, they stay on the ground. And not a whole lot of room to operate there on the first down run. He gets maybe 3. The Giants going to burn their 3rd and final timeout as they'll talk things over prior to this upcoming second down play. Up the middle, Achane. And he'll take this one down to the 36.
I like the call there because that was one to take time off the clock and get them closer to getting out of here with a W. In the mind of the play caller, all you want to hear is tick, tick, tick.
On third down, Achane. And this won't be enough. Stopped a yard short after a gain of 3. Fourth down. This late in the game, Charles, I think you maybe seriously have to think about going for it.
Especially where they are in terms of field position, because this is almost like no man's land. Might hurt your punter because there might not be enough space, maybe too far for your field goal kicker. I'm like the old rule. Possession is 9/10 of the law. Possession is 9/10 of winning the game. Go for it, get the first down, close it out.
And his kick is good. And that will extend their lead even further. So they hadn't called on him at all until this point, but he comes through here and buries one from long range.
Yeah, that's awfully impressive because usually kickers like to get that first one out of their system in the first quarter, sort of get them into the flow of the game, but to come in this late and knock it down from long distance, give him a lot of credit.
The Giants offense at the line, ready to begin their next drive.
This is just an exercise in futility. Do you even bother running a play here offensively?
I wouldn't, because now is not going to erase what's happened during the game. So after it's over, you're going to go to the film, find out where the game was really lost. But this is not a situation now where you're going to make up for anything.
We'll see what they do here. And that will be incomplete as time has run out on this football game.
So the victory here for San Francisco, and it was their defense that led the way, allowing just 3 points, that lone field goal in the entire second half.
And remember the old adage, offense sells tickets. Defense does what?
Wins championships.
And in this game, maybe a championship wasn't won, but a game was by the defense, right? Helping them just a field goal? That's a heck of a job. I mean, when they went out there with that determination and a pretty good game plan, pretty good idea what they wanted to accomplish, just love the execution, love the tenacity, love the way they finished.
So for San Francisco, they get back to 500 now as the win moves them to 7-7. And they'll hit the road next week to take on the Buffalo Bills. Meanwhile, for the Giants, they've plummeted now to 3-11. And they'll look to regroup next week as they head to Houston to take on the Texans. That'll do it for us. I'm Brandon Gaudin alongside Charles Davis. Thanks to our entire crew as well. We'll talk to you next time. So long, everybody.
choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on the left. It's week 15 of the NFL, and we've got the Dolphins leader at quarterback. After his last game, he's now across 3,000 yards for the season. It's the Dolphins and the Rams, and it comes your way next on Madden Football.
Welcome in, everyone, to this presentation of the National Football League on EA Sports. The final 4 weeks of the NFL regular season is upon us. Welcome to the home stretch. Welcome to the booth. Mike Tirico with Greg Olson. Partner, it's week 15. Just feels like a horse race. We're at the top of the stretch. Now it's the sprint for home.
And up until this point, Mike, every team's goal is, can we be in the conversation for the playoffs in this final 4-week stretch? Where here we are. And if you've done that, well, man, there is nothing more exciting than playing NFL football at the end of the regular season when you're in playoff contention. But for those who aren't, this is where you have an opportunity as a player to extend your career. Get invited back to train.
Here's Joshua Carney ready to get this one started. Off we go from South Florida. A safe kick taken at the 5. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Miami offense will make their way onto the field. Leading this offense, their veteran quarterback.
We have the luxury each week, Mike, of sitting down with these players and really getting a behind-the-scenes look at what makes them so good and what makes them tick. And, man, wouldn't it be nice to be able to bring the fan kind of behind the curtain and let them see for themselves what we see firsthand. And, man, it would only take a couple minutes for you to realize just what kind of leader this guy is. You would never know he threw 3 touchdowns last week. All he wanted to talk about was the costly interception and the couple plays he left out there. That's why they rally around him. The better he plays, the better the team plays. They need more consistent performances from him to get the rest of this team to do their part. It takes a certain guy in that slot position to be willing and able to go across the middle of the defense on those in-breaking routes. You can tell this guy, he doesn't care. He is fearless going across the middle, and he's able to secure a nice catch.
That's hot. Outside. It's complete. And he's going to pick up the first down. He knew where that marker was and made sure he got beyond it. In motion, it's Waddle. He finds Darnell Mooney for the catch. And he's going to be taken down right at midfield. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. They'll try to get the running game going. His first carry. The tackle is going to be made down at the 40-yard line.
The goal of every offense, Mike, is to find a way to establish a balance between the run and the pass. With some success here early on the ground, will open up things as the game unfolds for the quarterback in this passing game.
And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line.
First and 10 at the 27-yard line.
They'll look to throw here on 1st down. Over the middle, it's taken in by Waddle. And he's close to another 1st down as he's brought down just shy of the marker.
At the Rams' 19-yard line.
He'll look to throw. Throwing it right into the hands of his running back. Space getting tight here, down to the 13-yard line. They work 1st and 10. They'll look to throw again. He'll go right and find his running back. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. They'll come up now for second down and 4. They'll run it on the inside handoff. And he's close to the first down. Gets 4 yards on the gain, but it will bring up third down. A lengthy opening drive. Now comes to this. It is third down. Back of the end zone. He's got it. Jalen Waddle. Touchdown, Dolphins. His 6th touchdown now for the season. And they get the first points of the game. What a way to start it, Greg. You get the ball. It's what you want to do. Settle into this game on top 6-0.
Mike, how often do we have coaches tell us the importance of playing with the lead? Well, they come take the ball right away on the first drive, all the way down there and strike first. And now the rest of the way, let's see how it plays out.
After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. Here comes a return from the 3. They get across the 20, mark them at the 22-yard line. The Rams offense taking the field for the first time, led out by the last pick of the draft in 2022. Iowa State's Brock Purdy at quarterback.
Really solid all-around performance last week, Mike, and I think the biggest factor that led to the win is his ability to continue to protect the football. He executed the offense, ran it exactly how they designed all week in practice. Now, it might not have been earth-shattering performance statistically, but they got the win. He can continue to play that style of ball. It's going to be a tough group to match up with.
Love to start any drive like that. 18 on the first play. And a first down. Off the play fake. Here's Purdy. Now a ball deep, middle of the field. That'll be batted away. Incomplete. Coverage very strong defensively. It's second down. From the gun, it's Purdy. Quick throw here is complete. And he's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line. It's a 3 tight end look as they have it first and 10. Here's a first carry for their running back. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more. We'll try again here. Second and 10. Now some movement up front. And we'll hear from our referee for the first time here today. Purdy now on second down. Quick throw taken in. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on third down. From the shotgun, it's Purdy. He's got a man. That's Nakua. Complete. A gain of 11 on that one. Good for a Rams first down.
And this is what you can do when you have one of the best receivers in the game. You understand that even if the coverage is not perfect for the play call, sometimes it's just as simple as my guy is better than your guy, and we're going to just keep giving him a chance.
Going right back to Nakua. Complete. Now they are in business inside the 15-yard line.
And it doesn't really matter who you put on him, Mike. When you want to play one-on-one man coverage against a receiver like this, there's not a whole lot else you can do. It's hard to put help over the top because the ball's being thrown out by the sidelines. I like playing in and out. I like playing zone. Somebody underneath, somebody over the top. Share the responsibility. But that's not what they're doing. That's straight man coverage. Quarterback sees the matchup. There's no question where the ball's going to go.
2nd and 7. Back to the ground. He'll get it again. And the Rams are going to have a 1st and goal coming up. They try to finish off this drive with 6 points.
What a great run down here inside the red zone, Mike. It's so important that you still can run the ball. Great job here by the back. I thought for a minute he was going to score. He gets it all the way down inside the 1, and I wouldn't be surprised if they went and finish this drive off.
Now it is 1st and goal. In motion, it's the tight end, Higbee. Out of the gun, here's Purdy. And he's in. Tyler Higbee. Touchdown, Rams. Joshua Carty comes out now for the extra point. His kick is good. And the Rams come right back to tie it at 7. Each team one possession, each team a score. 7-7 as they kick it off. This taken at the 5. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Dolphins offense and their running back set to go once more. And they've used him quite a bit in the passing game. Take a look at the NFL leaders in receiving yards for running backs, and he's right there among the best in the league. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. And the rush too strong. They're in there in a flash for the sack.
They just have to be better on 1st down. They've got to find a way to continue to operate ahead of the sticks, and I don't mind throwing it on 1st down. That is the best down in football to attempt to pass, but if they don't protect the passer, none of it's going to matter.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. In motion, it's Jefferson. They'll try to set up the screen here. That will make 3rd down a little more manageable. Good yardage gained on that one. Back to throw. To the tight end, and he fits it in on the corner route. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. Set to go now on 1st and 10. He'll drop to throw. He's got his man. It's Mooney. And he'll be hauled down at about the 35-yard line.
That's another Dolphins 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line.
Now whistles here and a penalty. Somebody move
Ball start, offense.
Following the penalty, they'll run it. And he finds a little bit of space. He'll take this forward for a gain of 4. 2nd and 11.
Brings up 2nd and 11 at the 35-yard line.
A shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And they're going to be set up in the red zone. They've got it inside the 15.
Now this is the epitome of a really short throw and a really nice run after catch. And listen, for a quarterback, it all counts the same. You don't always have to throw the ball downfield to generate explosive plays, and these drag routes can be very, very effective.
In motion, it's Waddle. In the red zone now, he'll drop to throw. That one is caught by Mooney. And the offense are looking at a first and goal. He's taken down at the 2-yard line.
First and goal at the 2-yard line.
He'll try to run this one in. And he's going to get stopped in the backfield. He'll take him down at the 3-yard line.
In these goal-to-go situations backed up on your own goal line, Mike, what they teach the defense is it's your job to establish a new line of scrimmage, and that's exactly what they did here. Watch the push.
Right into the goal line. He lost the football. It's out. And the defense has it. Well, they come up with the turnover on defense. The quarterback choosing to keep it, and the defense choosing to take it away.
Mike, anytime a quarterback turns into a runner, the defense loves it. They want to take a shot at him. They want to take a shot at the ball, and that's exactly what they were able to do here. Force the fumble, get the ball back. Great job there by the defense.
The Rams offense ready to take over for their second possession. And they're going to hear it from this crowd. They're backed up deep as they start first and 10. He'll struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe gets a yard out of that one. It's second down. Purdy now back near his goal line. Oh, what a throw. Slinging it across his body and complete. And he's going to have a first down. He's forced out. Nice pickup of 9. In motion, it's the tight end, Higbee. First and 10 for Purdy. There's a short one taken in by Higbee.
And this is where the versatility of the tight end position really starts coming into play. Not only do they have to line up with their hand on the ground, but they can occasionally split out in the slot. And man, they're too fast for linebackers, and a lot of times they're too big for defensive backs.
Here's a third and 10. They'll try to get this one on the ground. Now the Dolphins going to use the first of their timeouts. On fourth down, here's Matt Ariza to punt as he's standing right around his own goal line. And not much doing there. They made sure he would not get free. The Dolphins offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession. And he's had things all his way in the first half. Those numbers are sensational. He looks to add to them with another drive here. Into the familiar hands of Justin Jefferson. They'll break the huddle. It's second and 5. That's complete. It's Waddle. And he'll be marked down at the 45-yard line. Quick throw, out wide. It's caught. They'll work now on second and 4. On play action, he'll set up to throw. And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line. First and 10. Back to the air one more time. That's caught by Jefferson on the right side. Second and a yard. In motion, it's Waddle. They'll look to throw again. That's caught on the right side by Waddle. And the Dolphins are going to have a first and goal coming up as the tackle's made here at the 3-yard line. Here's a run. Going forward. He's in. Touchdown, Miami. Good drive. They kept the ball. Greg, they moved it effectively down the field and finish it off on the ground for the touchdown.
So often, Mike, we see teams work on a great drive to get down here close, only to settle for a field goal. But in this case, give them a lot of credit. They put a great drive together, but they're able to capitalize and finish it off with 6.
They didn't leave much time on the clock to put together a drive here at the end of the first half. And the kickoff's coming their way. He'll take it in at the goal line. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. And they're just going to run it here up the middle. And a good job following his blockers. A gain of 7. It'll be second down. Shotgun snap to Purdy. That's going to wind up incomplete. Not much time remaining. Time for one more snap here in this first half. He'll come up to 3rd and 3. Throwing is Purdy. And that is incomplete. One final chance does not work out. Time has expired. The first half has come to an end.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. More from you and Greg in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll get started out in Denver, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Desmond Ridder leading the way with a couple of touchdown passes in the victory. From there, let's head cross-country, just outside D.C., to check out the Commanders at home in Landover. And they were losers in that one to the visiting Houston Texans. Davis Mills, 5 touchdown passes, leading his guys to the victory. Finally, let's get up to the place they call Titletown, Green Bay, Wisconsin, to see what's happening with the Packers. And they were losers in that game as they fall to the visiting Detroit Lions. Lamar Jackson leading the way in the victory with 3 touchdown passes.
Okay, Coach, thanks a bunch. We'll see which team's adjustment's going to pay dividends here. I think we're going to play a big role in who wins this one. From the 6, here comes a return. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Rams offense going to have a first crack at it as we begin this third quarter. They trail now 14-7 as they'll come up for 1st and 10. Throwing from the gun is Purdy. The pressure gets there, and down he goes back inside the 20-yard line.
This is a great example of the game within the game. They're making what they call Mike declaration, and that's what sets the responsibilities of all the protectors. And in this case, the Mike was the one who came. He's unblocked, and he's able to get home.
On second down, Purdy. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on 3rd down. Out of the gun, it's Purdy. He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete. A pickup of 15 in the air. First down, L.A. In motion, it's the tight end, Higbee. Looking middle of the field, it's complete. And he's taken down inside the opponent's 35.
A gain of 26 yards. And the Rams first down.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Purdy gonna put it up again. His throw on 1st down is gonna be incomplete.
It's rare to see an offense that finds themselves trailing and say, well, their quarterback's been actually one of their biggest bright spots. Usually that doesn't go hand in hand. So It's a little surprising to see him miss a throw like that on a day where he's completed passes at a highly efficient rate.
They need to get to the 22, but now face third down. This is intercepted. And the Dolphins will take over here at their own 12.
When you find yourself in this situation, you're on defense, you're defending your own goal line, you got to take some chances. You got to try to force a turnover and make a play and get off the field. That's exactly what this defender did. Takes a chance, bets on himself, and comes away with a pick to save them some points.
Mooney in motion. Back to throw here to begin the drop. And a good effort there defensively. It's knocked away and incomplete. We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. He'll look to throw. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
A rare miss for a quarterback that we've seen really come out on fire throughout this entire contest. I mean, his completion percentage, Mike, is well above league average, and frankly, it's really the biggest reason why they find themselves out front.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
This offense has to find a way to be better on 1st and 2nd down, Mike. Living in these 3rd and long situations, must pass, is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
And he'll get forward a few yards on the return. And that's where the offense will take over. The Rams offense back onto the field for their next possession. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with a 1st down. He's going to run out of time. They get to him and bring him down.
And I like the idea of moving the pocket. It makes it harder for the defense to rush the passer, but you have to account for the end man on the line of scrimmage, and that guy's job is to set an edge. Nobody gets outside of you. In this case, the quarterback. You've got to be better protecting your edges anytime you put your quarterback on the move.
3rd and 9. From the gun, it's Purdy. That ball is caught on the sideline and both feet in bounds. A big 3rd down pickup for a 1st down.
Really nice throw there. The ability to throw the ball out on the perimeter. Yes, arm strength and all of that, but it's also timing. The timing of the route. When is that wide receiver coming out of his break to deliver that ball accurately as his head comes around? If the ball's thrown too early, the receiver's not ready. If the ball's thrown too late, that's when disaster strikes.
Throwing again is Purdy. Quickly to the outside and complete. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5. Here now, 3rd and 5. Oh, now flags come in. Looks like movement up front.
Ball start.
3rd down just became a lot tougher. So a much more difficult scenario now. It is 3rd and 10. Back to the air again is Purdy. And that is incomplete.
What did he tell us in our production meeting this week, Mike? He takes such great pride in his coverage abilities, and after that play, it's pretty clear why.
Purdy's kick is good. And the Rams are back within 4 at 14-10.
So anytime an offense comes off the field after settling for 3, you always have to take the good with the bad. In order to get down there in field goal range, you had to do something positive to move the ball. But at the same time...
Now, on the return, he has lost the football. And fortunately, this is going to get out of bounds, so possession does not change hands. The Dolphins offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And he has been a nightmare to scheme against throughout this one. This defense has been picked apart. That is borne out in those impressive numbers. He has been terrific all game long.
You talk about a quarterback getting bailed. Man, that is a pick all day long. And as this defender enters the huddle, you see a bunch of his guys hitting him on the helmet. But I can promise you, they're saying, next time, you got to come down there.
And he's bottled up after a gain of a yard. They need to get it to the 27. This is third down. Now they'll set up to throw. Open man is Mooney. He's got it. And he'll be taken down up past the 40-yard line.
This is clinic tape for any young wide receiver out there watching this guy run routes. He has the defender thinking everything is a go ball. Attack him vertically, and then when you get to your route depth, you stick that foot in the ground, you break in, balls on time, results in a nice first down pickup.
On first and 10, they'll set up to throw. And they'll have it across midfield down at the opposing 46-yard line. Here's first and 10. A handoff as they try to run it here. And they'll take this down inside the 35.
Well, after not having much success in the first half, they're able to get something going on the ground here to start the third quarter. I'd love to see the play caller mix in some play action, mix in some pass game. That should open up some of these holes for better situations to run the ball.
Encroachment, defense. Still first down.
So, a lot of options on the table now. It's first and 5. Back to the ground after the penalty. And he'll be brought down on what will be the final act here in this third quarter. Now, after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. So, we are through 3. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. So, here's a first and 10 now, down inside the 20. They'll run it for the first time with Najee Harris. And a good run there. It'll get him 5 yards. In motion, it's Waddle. Now this time, they'll look to throw. And the Dolphins are going to have a first and goal coming up. He's out of bounds at the 2.
That's good for another Miami Dolphin.
He'll drop the throw. That is caught. And he's into the end zone. That might be the knockout punch. Touchdown, Dolphins. Everything you want to do right there, Greg, in the fourth quarter. Get the ball with the lead and extend it to a 2-score advantage.
Yeah, and I think this just might end up being too much to overcome. You said it. Once you get a 2-score lead this late in the fourth quarter, there's just not enough possessions to be had to claw yourself back in it.
The extra point by Sanders is good. And the Dolphins are out to a 21-10 lead. After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. This will be returned from the 6. And he is stopped at the The drive will begin there. Here come the Rams as their offense trots back onto the field. The deficit is double digits, so work to do as they begin this drive with 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Purdy. There's a short one taken in by Higbee. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Purdy now on 2nd down. And they'll whistle him down, but not before he picks up a 1st down after a gain of 7. Off the bootleg, it's Purdy. He'll go right and find his running back. And he'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3. They face 2nd down and 7. To throw once more, it's Purdy. Right side, complete to Nakua. Not just a 1st down, but reception number 70 on the season.
This hasn't been his best game by any means, but what I really like, Mike, is regardless of the score, regardless of the time of the game, he is out there battling. He's doing everything in his power to chip away and see if he can get his team back in this game here in the 4th quarter. They've got to find a way to capitalize in this drive. Continue to cut into that deficit. Every possession is critical. Take advantage when you have the ball.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete. Again in the air for Purdy. Quick throw here is complete. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on 3rd down. We need 2. Here's Purdy. That's over the middle and taken in. He's got it. And they're going to be set up in the red zone. They've got it inside the 15.
Okay, so now you pick up that 1st down, Mike, but now there needs to be a sense of urgency. You know you need to score twice. So this one, ideally for the offense, results in a touchdown. But either way, this first score of the 2 needed needs to be fast, because you need every possession you can here late in the 4th quarter.
Ball start, offense.
They'll throw again with Purdy. Pass caught right side by Higbee.
Not every pass has to be thrown downfield. You can rely on the run after catch, especially a big body like this tight end. Get the ball in his hands early and let him pick up the rest after the catch.
Back to the air is Purdy. And they're going to track him down. He couldn't find the receiver, and down he goes. 3rd long, Purdy to throw. He fumbled the football. Oh, he gets it right back. Trailing late, they've got to go here. It's 4th down. And that's going to be incomplete. They had to take that chance. Trailing here in the 4th, but they will turn it over on down. The Dolphins offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And he has been in control of this offense. Want to run you through some of the action from earlier on. You've got the 2 touchdown passes, over 200 passing yards. He has been excellent all game long. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. They'll begin here on the ground. And that'll be a pickup of 3. So 2 minutes left to play in the 2nd half. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. They'll stick with him again. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that one. You've got to consider this an absolute must-stop defensively. It's third down. They'll drop to throw. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And he looks to be a bit short of the line. And that is going to bring up fourth down. Punt team comes out. Dolphins going to kick it away. As they try to play the field position game here, protecting a fourth quarter lead. Good hang time. The fair catch will be made back at their own 12. The Rams offense ready to get back at it. And look, they've been out of sorts throughout, Greg. They haven't had any answer for this pass rush all game.
Yeah, and it's really showing up in the sacks and also just in their ability to prevent any yards, any completions. This has just been a dominant pass defense performance here, and everything starts with the rush. The quarterback's uncomfortable. The clock gets sped up. He's got guys in his face. It's a lot easier to play defensive back than in some of these coverage units when you know that ball's got to come out fast. And right now,
and that pressure too great. He's going to be sacked in the end zone. And that is a safety. So first the decision to throw down here backed up near your own goal line. And the defense gets to the quarterback, sacking him, Greg, in the end zone for a safety.
Mike, anytime you're willing to call a pass backed up this deep in your side of the field, you have to trust that your quarterback is going to have the clock in his head to get the ball out of his hand. In this case, he holds on to it too long. The defense is able to get to him in the end zone, and it results in a safety. Another really nice throw right there, and as you can see the numbers he's been able to put up here, I'm a little surprised, if I'm being honest, Mike, with just how easy it seems to have been. It just seems like he's made every right decision every time that he's decided to throw the ball.
Victory very much in sight now as they'll take a knee. The Rams use their third and final timeout, and they'll get together prior to this second down play. Victory formation here as he's down to a knee. Good coverage by the punt team. They stop him before he can get any return cranked up. So a win here for the Dolphins. They're able to build on the solid performance of a week ago. They make it 2 in a row with the victory here in this one. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. The Dolphins, home winners here as we say farewell from South Florida.
choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on. It's week 15 of the National Football League. And coming up, we'll see Cole Kmet.
Tyler Bass about ready to get us going. And off we go from Soldier Field. A solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32. So here are the Bears now for their opening drive. They will be led out by the Heisman Trophy winner from 2018, drafted #1 overall the subsequent year, Kyler Murray.
And last week's loss came despite a clean game on his end, throwing the ball with 2 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. His job this week is simple. Do it again. Continue to avoid turnovers and hope that what sunk them last week resolves itself this time around.
They'll wind up getting 7 on the play, and that will bring up second down. Throwing now is Murray. There's a short throw. It's caught by Kmet. 4 yards the pickup, first down. For the Bears at 5-8, 3 games under 500. Charles, they were losers last time out. What do you think they need to do differently here?
Well, I don't think it needs to be as drastic as burning up last week's game tape or not watching it, but the attitude has to be what's done is done. Let's move on. Put that one behind them, galvanize themselves, and go forward and get a win in this one. And this offense has come out swinging here in the early going. They pick up a nice chunk on that pitch and catch, and the 2 of them have this offense moving in the right direction to start this game.
So from Panther territory now, it's 1st and 10 at the 26-yard line. And now whistles and a flag, and I think we got a jump here.
Encroachment, defense.
A bit of a jump there, CD. He breaks the line, and that'll be 5 yards.
And you've got to stay more disciplined than that, Brandon. That's just a free gift to the offense.
So a 1st and 5 now after the 5-yard penalty from the neutral zone infraction. Now a fake on the jet sweep, and they'll instead run up the middle. Well, 5 yards on the play there as the drive will continue.
And Brandon, you know that expression? He just does what he does. It sounds trite, doesn't it? But in this case, it's perfectly apt. This is one of the better runners in the NFL. And all he does is just find avenues, find ways to pick up key first downs and big runs.
Give him 5 on the carry there, and it'll be second down. One back in the backfield, he'll get the carry. And he'll get this one down to about the 10-yard line. It'll be a pickup of a couple, and it leaves him with a 3rd and 3. Coming up here looking for 3 yards to pick up the first. Here's Murray as he sets to throw it. And that is caught. Touchdown, Bears. A great play there. His 5th touchdown now on the year. And the Bears will claim the early lead as they're on the board first here tonight. And the QB rating right now sky high. 4 for 4 on that opening drive, and it ends with a touchdown pass.
Yeah, I don't know quite how to figure it out. I think I need my friends from MIT to come in and help me. But I think 158.3 is the number one.
Yep, that's the
right. That's the
mark.
highest you can get. That's where he is. He'd like to continue on that pace.
Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. So here are the Panthers now for their opening drive. And trotting out there leading them is their 4th-year quarterback.
Would you say that last week's performance by him, workmanlike in terms of numbers?
1 touchdown, 1 pick, but obviously a loss.
Yeah, and that's the bottom line for him. All he cares about is how do we find a way to win the game. Maybe he leans on a few other parts of the offense and hopefully springs a receiver or two free.
And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. Nice way to start the drive, a gain of 12 and a first down.
That's a nice run right there, able to get to the outside. And so many times defenses say, okay, we've got you hemmed in. But if you're running the football, at least you know where everyone is coming from. You don't have to worry about the backside at all. That allows you to run with a little bit more confidence as you traverse down the field.
And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. Second and right at a yard. And they'll employ the jumbo set now on 2nd and 1. In motion, Hill. And they're going to give it to him on the jet sweep. Oh, and this one may need to go back to the drawing board. He's going to be swallowed up right away. He winds up giving a yard back there, and now it's 3rd and 2. They'll try and run here with Irving. Boy, no chance as he was met and dropped behind the line there. Nothing doing on 2nd and 3rd down after that 9-yard gain on 1st.
That was well played there defensively. 2 tight ends in the formation, which essentially gave him 7 blockers up front. Hard to imagine with all that size and beef that they could let a tackler through, but that's exactly what happened. A loss resulted.
As Sanchez on to punt here as he sends this one away. And this one goes angling out of bounds, and it will be spotted inside the 30-yard line. The Bears offense and their quarterback coming out for their second drive. And his numbers this year have been eye-popping in a lot of categories. In one area that stands out, he's the NFL leader in rushing touchdowns by a quarterback here in the latter part of the season. That's complete right side to Kmet. This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2. Now a 2nd and 2. Now contact up front as penalty markers come in. Who is this against?
Encroachment defense.
And that'll be a free 5 yards for the offense.
Just like a tennis match, that's just an unforced
Automatic
error.
first
Stay
down.
alert, don't jump early, and give them free yardage.
After the penalty, a fresh set of downs. It's 1st and 10. One back in the backfield, he'll get the carry. He'll work his way up the middle for a gain of about 4, 2nd down. These are his numbers from last week's contest. 10 carries, 69 yards, and a touchdown.
Well, obviously, he didn't have a great deal of time between games, having to turn around on a short week and get ready for Thursday night football. But he said in pregame, he was feeling pretty good and felt more recovered from last week's contest than he would have expected. Didn't seem to think this short week was going to affect him much as he chases a big performance here in prime time.
Chalk that up as a 4-yard loss, and now it's 3rd down. Now, right where this set of downs started, they need a full 10 here to pick up the first down and move the chains. And they'll send the tight end in motion. Shotgun now from Murray. Firing quickly here, and that's complete. And he will have the Bears first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
Someone sharp in this game. I mean, a touchdown pass on the first drive and comes right back, and he's flinging it around really well here.
A really nice throw there to pick up the first down. You kind of just feel a laser focus and confidence about him, and I think we saw that this week, didn't we? Talking to him and the coaches, they felt good about his performance coming up.
Yeah, I was really impressed with that last practice we saw when they went through 2-minute drill, when they went through all the different situations. Ball hardly hit the ground, and I thought, yeah, he might be locked in for this one.
And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. Play action. Now it's Murray. And there's a short throw. It's caught by Kmet. And he'll be taken down as that will take us to the end of the first quarter of play. After one, 7-0 on EA Sports. Back in Chicago, ready for the second quarter. It's the Bears in possession as they've got it with a 1st and 10.
Slot man moves right. They'll fake it on the jet sweep, and instead a handoff up the middle. And he takes this one in for a Bears touchdown. A great effort there. His 5th rushing touchdown now on the year. And the Bears have taken a 2-touchdown lead now. Another impressive drive, so they're 2 for 2, 2 touchdowns. Charles, a great start to this ball game for them.
And one of the words that's really worked its way into our lexicon is stacking. They've stacked momentum each time out, and not only on offense. Between those touchdowns, defense held, forced a punt to get the ball back, and they've played awfully well in this one. Both sides playing at optimum level.
Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. And makes it across the 20 as his guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line. The Panthers coming back out onto the field for their second drive. And they come into this one off the loss over the weekend. But you say if you're going to play a Thursday night game, this is the week to do it.
It certainly is, because you get right back out there. You don't have time to dwell on things. And look, your game plan is going to be a little more limited, but so is theirs. So that's when you just appeal to your top players. Guys, you make plays in this one, we out-execute them, we can walk away with a win. They just gave up a sack there, and if I'm not mistaken, they gave up 4 last week, didn't they?
Yes. And just looking really porous, aren't they?
They really are, and I'm wondering if they're going to have to start thinking about keeping the tight end in, maybe a back, someone to help assist, because right now, the quarterback's been getting hit a lot in the last couple of games. You can tell they wanted to get that ball downfield. They had nothing working in the secondary, so he dropped it off to the running back. That one ended up incomplete.
Now here's Young. It's a short one here, complete to the tight end. And he'll be out of bounds across the 30-yard line. So they'll get 8 out of that completion, and it'll be 4th down. Out is Rigoberto Sanchez on 4th down to punt this thing. And he'll get this away into the icy winter air. The call for a fair catch, and it's made at about the 23-yard line. So possession goes over here on the punt, and the Bears take over. Murray now. And he's got his man in stride, complete. And they're able to get this one across the 35. Right off the bat, it's a first down to start the drive, 12 yards. Hands it off out of the gun. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. 45 yards now on the ground on just 7 carries.
Absolutely love the run right there. This guy's known for his quickness, but also for his speed. And he's able to get to the second level almost before you blink if you give him any type of blocking. Always talk about slot receivers, and they're usually known as quicker than fast. In this case, we've got a guy who's quick and fast, and he used it to great advantage.
Now a 2nd and 10. Murray now to throw. And he will find his man on the outside. He's exceeded his receiving yards from a week ago, and we're still in the first half. It's a first down.
Timing is everything, and they work on this cut all the time. They work on all the timing patterns, and this time it paid off for them. Worked him to the center of the field, cut it to the outside, ball's delivered, gets both feet down for the completion.
So from Panther territory now, it's 1st and 10 at the 36. Now Murray. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. 2 yards on the pickup there, and it'll be 2nd down. Throwing again, Murray. Quick hitter here, it's complete. And he'll be marked down at the 26 with a gain of 7. 3rd and inches, and they've got some extra beef up front. 3 tight ends. One back in the backfield, he'll get the carry. And they're knocking on the door now. As a good run there, going to take this to about the 10-yard line. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal. Out of the gun, here's Murray. A throw left side taken in by Kmet. And a nice job to break free of one tackle, but it slowed his momentum somewhat, and he's taken down right after. 2 of their 3 red zone trips so far, they've come up empty on. They'll look to reverse that trend on 2nd and goal. And he is met at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down right there. No gain on the play there. They're going to need to come up with something better here on 3rd and goal. Murray now, 3rd and goal. And a quick throw here, that's complete. And he takes this one in for a Bears touchdown. A great play there. On his way to a monster game, 3 first-half touchdowns. And the Bears take a 3-touchdown lead. So, Charles, that's 3 touchdowns on 3 drives, and it's just been an offensive barrage so far.
Great word, partner, using barrage right there. I'm going to add another word if you don't mind. How about perfection? No surprise that they're leading right now. Absolute dominance throughout this ball game and no signs of slowing down.
Now, after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24. The Carolina offense about ready to go. And, partner, I'm going to make a quick pivot here and ask you to play general manager. It's well documented they're last in the league in offense, number 32. What changes might they make?
And this is where you have to be almost like a chess master as a general manager, because you have a few things at your disposal that you need to use. Obviously, the draft, free agency, maybe you can make some trades, but also look at your practice squad. Have you been grooming players to promote and give them an opportunity to play as well? That way, you start to supplement as well as replace guys that need it.
And he's going to have to eat this one as down he goes. Byron Young able to record his 5th sack of the season.
3 scores down, not even a halftime yet. They're not getting much generated offensively. They've got to figure it out.
It's tough because this defense just seems to be playing with so much confidence right now.
They really are. They are on their toes, and they're getting at them.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. And that nearly intercepted. Well, for a guy known for his hands defensively, that's a ball he probably thinks he should have come up with. But instead, it's 4th down. To punt on 4th down, here's Rigoberto Sanchez. He's been a busy man here in this first half as he gets it away. And a fair catch taken back near about the 35, 36-yard line. We remind you that coming up at halftime, Jonathan Coachman will be alongside. He'll have highlights and analysis from Orlando of this first half of action. Open man is Kmet, the tight end. And this will be good for a pickup of 9 to the 46. Just need a yard here. 2nd and 1. They'll send the big tight end in motion right. Murray going to throw. Firing quickly here, and that's complete. 60 catches for him now on the year. This last one, a first down. From the gun, Murray. Wide open receiver complete. And he's going to get this inside the 30. The Bears on the move. They've got another first down.
Let's just call it what it is. This has been a flat-out struggle for this defense all game long. They've really had a hard time slowing them down. And while I'm not big on speeches and guys jumping up and down, they might need their team leader on defense to get in their face right now and light a fire under these guys. They've got to start playing better assignment football and start getting guys on the ground.
And he'll go out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. It's a gain of 14 down to the 14.
He's certainly done a nice job spreading the field on this drive, and here he finds his big tight end for good yardage. And that's what you have to do. Keep defenses guessing about where you're going to go with the football.
Now Murray again. Flush to his right. Now the Bears going to use the second of their timeouts, as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play. 2nd down from the 8. They can get a first down by reaching the 5. To throw, it's Murray. And he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game.
Well, that's what they have to do more of defensively. Not just getting sacks, but they have to keep getting in his face, not let him get his feet set and deliver. He's been carving them up previously.
Yeah, already has a couple of touchdown passes. About time they put a few grass stains on that jersey. 7th play of this drive coming up, but a long way to go on 3rd down. To throw is Murray. Keeps himself up. And pressure coming, and they got him once again. A loss of 3 on the sack made by multiple defenders. So this defense, they gave up some yards on this drive, but bottom line, they came up with a sack when it mattered.
And we know that every down counts, but let's be honest about it. People focus on 3rd down as a real key down in any drive, any situation, and they took full advantage of 3rd down there and made a play.
All right, Brandon, thanks very much. Man, where has the season gone? We're into week 15 now. So let's give everybody a look at what's coming up here on what should be a very interesting weekend of football. We'll begin up at legendary Lambeau Field in Green Bay, where it was the visiting Lions who come in and get the road victory. Lamar Jackson leading the way in the victory with 3 touchdown passes. Lots to look forward to in the late games as well. One of the best being in Philadelphia, where we find the Eagles taking on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the 2nd quarter. This was an extremely one-sided first half. One team showed up, ready to go. The other's been in a daze thus far, but there's still plenty of time left for this one to tighten up significantly.
And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line. The Carolina offense making their way out. We take a look at the playoff picture in the NFC. And that first half, one to forget really on both sides of the ball. They got to find some way to string something together here, don't they?
Yeah, they're down big right now. So as you mentioned, trying to find something to string together, get some consistency, something sustained, maybe calm their whole team down and find a way to get back in this one.
Yeah, because right now you're down big, you're being shut out. Let's see if this is the drive that kind of kickstarts them. And that'll fall incomplete. He was hit just as he let that go. And now it's 3rd down. Young. And he can't find anywhere to go with it. And he goes down. Keanu Benton, the one who got in to bury him.
I think we've seen this before. Someone's down 3 scores. That situation there, it's just going to add to their growing frustrations, don't you think?
Yeah, a bad number 3 right now. 3-score game, 3rd quarter, 3 and out, not what they wanted. And you can tell on the sideline, those faces are getting a little bit longer as this one goes. Now here's Rigoberto Sanchez as the drive goes backwards, so he's on to punt it away. And taken right at the 35. That'll go as a punt of 42, 7 on the return. And out will come the offense as they take over. The Bears offense and Kyler Murray headed back out onto the field. And we'll take you through some of the highlights here. You'll notice he had a hand in a lot of them so far. He's got this offense rolling right now. The Bears offense ready to go for their next drive. Here's Murray. Quick hitter here, it's complete. And he's able to get this one out closer to midfield across the 45. From the 48-yard line, here's a 2nd and 4. Here's Murray. Over the middle, and that's caught by Kmet. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. And now for him on the season, that is his 80th catch, and the result is a 1st down. And they'll send the slot in motion left. They'll look to throw now on 1st down. And a quick throw here, that's complete. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. 17 more yards on that one as they keep the drive rolling.
And while we may be looking at the scoreboard, this offense certainly is not, because they're showing no signs of backing down, even with a 3-score lead here in the third quarter. I think they keep taking their shots. They've seen blown leads happen throughout this league. They don't want to fall victim to it themselves.
So 1st and 10, and if they score on this drive, might have to start digging in our second half blowout material. One back in the backfield, he'll get the carry. And nowhere to run on the interior of that defensive line. He'll get back only to the line of scrimmage.
Early down stuff's to put this offense in a precarious position. We know that securing the point of attack, especially against the big-bodied guys in the middle of this D, has got to be priority one.
Encroachment, defense.
A penalty accepted, and they move the ball forward.
Still second down.
After the encroachment penalty, here's 2nd and 5. Looking to throw. Murray. Got a man, and he hits him in stride. And he is in. Touchdown, Chicago. Rome Odunze. His first touchdown on the year, as his guys are able to push that lead out a bit further. So another touchdown there, and even though we're still just here in the third quarter, kind of hard now to see them giving up this lead.
And this is just an offense that's imposing its will right now. You name it, they're able to do it. If you're the play caller, whatever you want to select is there. You want to run it, you want to throw it, pick a play, any play. They're rocking and rolling right now.
Santos able to tack on the extra point, and that makes the score 28-0. Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. And they will wrangle it down a couple yards shy of the 30. Now the offense for the Panthers here getting the football back. And they have had their problems moving the ball through the air as we take you through some of the action from earlier. This secondary has played about as well as you can. Many times they've left this quarterback with nowhere to go with the football. This Carolina offense at the line, ready to go. The disparity in this game, it just seems to grow with each possession here, Charles. They are really struggling. They have not put up a single point, and on the other side, the points keep piling up and up and up.
So you know the frustration level has to be rising, right? So they've got to find a way to quell that, because otherwise they certainly won't get anything done in this one. Keep diving deeper into the offensive playbook, but bottom line is don't quit competing.
And he has a big gain inside the 40 before being dropped. 44 yards rushing for him now, and he's carried the ball just 5 times. In motion, the tight end. On 1st and 10, here's Irvin. And he fights forward for a modest 2-yard gain, 2nd down.
They went right back to him, but he pretty much had nowhere to go on that play.
Now, the previous carry looked pretty good. That one, maybe he was a little tired. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he should have tapped out and had a second back come in and maybe make that run. Who knows?
And he'll be upended at the 33 following a gain of 3. And guess what? It brings up 3rd down. They'll come up facing 3rd and 5. Now whistles. Flag down, and I believe one of the Panthers got moving early.
Offense.
And this offense back to needing 10 yards after the false start. 3rd and 10. Young off the play fake. That's complete to his rookie 2nd-round pick. And he's going to have another 1st down as the tackle's made here at the Bears' 23. Young will set to throw. And he can't find a receiver, and he's brought down. Dropped for a loss of 7 by multiple defenders. That's number 4. Sack number 4. They had 4 last week, so he's been down on the ground a lot.
Partner, they say the eye in the sky does not lie. And that's indeed the case, because they watched the game tape from the previous week, incorporated it into their own defensive scheme, and continued to get after this quarterback.
And now this defense will be searching for sack number 5. Now play number 8 on this drive, and they need 9 yards to pick up the 1st on 3rd. Oh, it's a screen pass. That's complete. Nifty move. And he'll be out of bounds, taking it just shy of the 10 at the 11 or the 12. That's good for 9 yards as they convert on the third down play. Here's Young. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's second down. Here's Young from the shotgun. And he's got his man in stride, complete. That'll leave him with a 3rd and 2 coming up. They got 8 yards there. One quarter remains here in this Thursday night matchup. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. Back now at Soldier Field. A lot of happy faces in the crowd at this point as their guys have a big lead here to start quarter number 4. To the air once more, Young. Dancing to his left. And he will take it across for a Panthers touchdown. Bryce Young taking it in from 4 yards out. And the Panthers are finally on the board here in the fourth quarter. So they will get on the scoreboard here. Give them credit for that. Too little, too late, but no 0. Oh, you're going slow clap on me.
Not very nice, is it?
No, but they haven't been very nice on offense. It's been a struggle. Extra point by Bass, up and good. And it's now a 28-7 ball game. After the touchdown, Bass to kick it away. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. Another drive coming up for this Chicago offense. And as we look back at how we got here, you'll notice a common theme in these highlights. A lot of yardage through the air. The passing game has been sharp right from the outset. At the line, prepping for their next drive, the Bears offense. Well, the win for them at this point seems pretty assured. I mean, still a decent amount of time left here in the fourth quarter, Charles, but you got the football, you're up 3 scores. They have to be feeling really good about where they're at.
I love your observation skills, partner, because I think you saw them charge onto the field fired up about another chance to get into the end zone. Looks to me like this group is ready to crush any hope left on the opposing sideline, and they want to do it with some gusto, too.
And Murray in trouble here, and down he goes. Multiple players getting home for the 1-yard sack.
How many times have we sat with coordinators, and especially the defensive guys, they've talked about big plays, sacks. They often come in bunches. Well, it may not be a bunch here, but that is the 3rd sack of the game for them.
And around sack 3 or 4, I would think it starts to get in the quarterback's head a little bit.
Not just the quarterback, the offensive play caller, the offensive line, knocks people off balance and changes what they normally do.
Right back to him on first down. Room here to run. And he'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30. 104 yards on the ground for him now as he has gotten better, really, as the night's gone on. At carries like that, that's how they're going to continue to salt this thing away here, Charles, in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, how about that? A new set of downs. Clock continues to move. No better way to close out a game than to tap those mastodons you have up front and say, guys, keep pounding them. Let's keep the ball, keep their offense on the sidelines, and let's close this one out.
This is caught, and he takes this one in for a Bears touchdown. Dawson Knox, 29 yards. And the Bears look like they're going to get back in the win column as they extend their lead here in this fourth quarter. Boy, he has been fun to watch throwing the football in this one. It's certainly not fun for that defense, though, Charles. Now up to 4 touchdown passes in this ball game.
Yeah, we're supposed to be neutral, but I'm feeling their pain right now because he has absolutely carved up this secondary. A clinic on how to attack a defense and take them out of the game.
Santos with the extra point, and that'll increase their lead to 28. Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26. Here's the Carolina offense as they get ready to take over here.
Well, we said it at halftime that they would need a nearly perfect second half to erase that deficit that they were facing, CD. But unfortunately, the second half has pretty much been a carbon copy of the first.
Yeah, that early lead was almost insurmountable the way their opponent was playing. And, partner, they do have some good news, though. This one is getting close to being over, and they can try and hit the reset button starting tomorrow.
Throwing right, and that's complete. And they bring him to the ground just shy of midfield. 13 yards, first down, Panthers. Now Young. That's pulled in by Brooks. And they go backwards here, losing yardage back at the 48-yard line. That one unable to develop, never got going. A loss of a couple, and it's second down. Young now. That's to the sideline and incomplete. At this point, down big, you'd have to imagine this defense are just going to sit back, blanket the field as best they can.
Yeah, this is actually the easy part of the game for them because, just as you noted, they can sit back, keep everything in front of them. But they've blanketed the field the entire game using a variety of coverages.
And he's going to have another first down as the tackle's made here at the Bears' 31-yard line. They'll throw again. Young. And he's got his man on the out route. And he'll be out of bounds, able to get it down to the 25 there.
From the 25, here's a second down and 4.
Young. Throwing middle, and it's complete. And he gets it inside the 10 to the 9. It'll be a gain of 16 for number 16. Young working out of the gun. And that is caught. Well, they're going to see this one to the end. They get a score, but pretty much an exercise in futility right now. Still down big.
He's got them out now to a 3-score lead here in the fourth quarter after that one, CD. And, well, he looked right off the line like he knew that that ball was coming his way, and he secured it for 6 points.
Yeah, and I think when you're leading by a healthy margin already, it actually loosens you up and allows you to take maybe a few more chances and definitely play with more confidence because he certainly saw something he could exploit in the defense, and he made sure to let his quarterback know, just get it to me. And the rest was all up to him, and he delivered and made it a 3-score game.
So the onside kick is recovered. And, you know, I always thought, Charles, as someone who didn't play these positions, that going over the middle as a receiver or trying to recover an onside kick, those are two very tough things to do.
It takes a lot of fortitude to put yourself in that position, but you have to do it in order to help your team win.
Unable to recover it, it costs him. The kicking team gets the football here.
Second and a couple.
Young to throw it. Oh, he's got a man wide open, complete. And they're going to be set up down around the 15-yard line. Steps away to his left. And he works his way past the line of scrimmage and then slides to a halt. So it's Panther football as we welcome you back. They're looking at second down now as they search for a consolation score. Out of the gun, it's Young.
This has been a rough one, to put it mildly, for him. And after this one's done, you just feel like at the post-game press conference, this team's going to have a lot of questions and definitely not a lot of answers.
To throw, Young.
He had a man open, but he missed him, and it's incomplete.
Defensively, you look at the numbers. Another incomplete pass that we just saw, and they're under 200 yards passing for the game, so they've done their job on that side of the ball.
Yeah, recently I was actually working a game where a quarterback had a streak of 5 straight games.
And he's got it. Touchdown, Panthers.
Bucky Irving.
An 11-yard touchdown. And the Panthers have got it back to a 2-score game here in the fourth.
And that touchdown puts us in a position to have a discussion, doesn't it? Now it'll be a 2-score game after the conversion.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt with a 2-score game they're going to have to onside kick it. We'll just see if they've got a miracle up their sleeve.
And you wonder what onside kicks they're going to use and in what sequence if they hope to have a chance to win this game.
Extra point by Bass, up and good.
And the lead will be cut down to 14. That time a 6-play drive. And Carolina scores to cap it off. 2 scores down, 3 timeouts left. Still a chance if they can somehow get this one back. And the Bears hands team able to pounce on it and get the football. They knew they needed a miracle. They had to have that onside kick. They didn't get it.
Well, as we knew, even before they put the toe to the leather on that one, their chances of getting that done, slim and none. And I do believe we saw Slim just leave the door, didn't we?
We did indeed. I think we're down to none.
The home team's offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And this defense might be about ready to wave the white flag. Nothing they have tried to throw at him has been that successful. He just processes things so quickly and makes a right read seemingly every time. We've got to have 2 hands on the football here as they run on first down.
And for one of the first times tonight, he's going to be held up at the line of scrimmage. Another running situation on the doorstep as they come up 2nd and 10.
He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball.
The Panthers going to use the second of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. They'll try and run some clock here as they keep it on the ground. Now the Panthers going to signal for their 3rd and final timeout as they'll get it with just over 90 seconds to go in the ball game. Here comes the Bears punter now, as he should be able to pin him back deep here with his first punt. And now where will the side judge stop his walk? That's the question. He says it crossed out of bounds at about the 17-yard line.
So now Young and the Panthers down by 2 touchdowns. Less than 90 seconds to go. How will this thing pan out? We'll watch as they come up on first down.
Going right side here, and that's complete.
Now Young.
Going to throw right side here, complete. And he'll have it past midfield almost to the 40 before being taken down.
Here's Young.
Past the 20. And they move this all the way down to the 9.
Here's 1st and goal. Young. That one thrown away from the pocket. The officials kind of looking at each other, but they'll say there was a receiver in the area, so no penalty, just an incomplete pass. Young to throw.
That'll be incomplete with 9 seconds now showing on the clock.
This crowd doing all they can. Here's 3rd and goal.
It'll be Young again. And this is caught, so it's a late touchdown, but maybe too late. Still a little time left on the clock, however. Problem for them, they needed that score with a little more time left on the clock. I think just too little too late now.
I would agree with that, and we're programmed never to say never. But in this case, we're asking a lot for them to even think they have a chance.
Bass on for the extra point.
And that'll cut the lead down now to a touchdown. So the drive there took 6 plays. And the end result, a Panthers touchdown. So now with little time remaining, they'll have this and maybe one more play. And this is going to be recovered by the hands team. And that should just about put a capper on this one. They had to go for it with no timeouts remaining, though now. This one's as good as over.
They gave it an effort. They tried their best, did everything they could to try and get the ball on the onside kick. You're exactly right. They had to try it. It was their only option. And now this game is done. Just take it, kneel, and call it a day.
Well, a couple more minutes, and maybe the outcome of this one, Charles, would have been different. But ultimately, time runs out on the comeback, so it falls short. And they hold on to win this by just one possession.
Not the fourth quarter they wanted, but they did earn the win, and they'll be happy about that, and they should be. Now they're going to go back to practice, see what they can do to prevent a future lead from slipping away like this one was.
So for Chicago, their chances of finishing over 500, they remain alive as they move to 6-8 on the year. And now they'll have a few extra days here before they face Miami next week. Meanwhile, for Carolina, their slim playoff hopes are gone now as they fall to 5-9. And they will try to get back in the